Let's start. Jiten sir. Hello, Jiten sir.
Mm, Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker, Mr. Kanish Patel, founder and CEO of We Here Innovations Private Limited. Mr. Patel is a trailblazing entrepreneur who has transformed the hearing care industry through the inventive use of AI, bone conduction audio technology, and healthcare innovation. Under his leadership, We Here has become India's first hearing care startup to deliver advanced non surgical solutions such as Hear NU, a bone conduction hearing aid, and We Hear OX, a smart open ear headphone designed for accessibility, safety, and inclusivity. His mission has always been to make hearing care more affordable, comfortable, and stigma free, bringing technology closer to the people who needs it the most. Mr. Patel, alongside co founder Raj Shah, recently made headlines through their appearance on Shark Tank India Season 3, where they secured a landmark investment of 2.5 crore for just 1% equity plus 1.5% in advisory shares, valuing the company at 250 crores, the highest valuation ever offered on the show. This recognition not only reflects investor confidence but also highlights the immense potential of healthcare startups from India to make a global mark. His journey is a testament to how passion, innovation, and resilience can transform an idea into a revolutionary movement. Today, Mr. Patel will share his valuable insights on how about startup ecosystem in healthcare and AI, offering us compelling perspectives on entrepreneurship, innovation, and the future of healthcare driven by technology. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Mr. Kanishk Patel. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah, hi, Mr. Jitendra. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, yeah. So yes, thank you so much, everyone, for joining, and thank you for inviting me. So I like the agenda of the today's discussion, which is about the innovation in healthcare and using the AI, how India's healthcare ecosystem. Sorry. Lunch is brilliant. Yeah. So innovation in healthcare and how India's healthcare ecosystem and medical devices ecosystem is growing now. And now we have a lot of products, which are going into global market, which are made in India. So I briefly want to discuss about what is the process, what is the role of an entrepreneur when they want to develop the any sort of healthcare service or any sort of healthcare product ecosystem into the market. So I have divided my conversation in three different parts. In the first part, I just want to discuss about what is we here and what are the things that we have been doing. Then maybe later on we can discuss about what is the current scenario of the healthcare ecosystem of startups in India and how the things are growing. What are the gaps that are still there, and these gaps, how much opportunity these gaps are creating for the future. And then later on, we will also be discussing about the process, because once you are getting into the medical innovation, like the process of starting a startup is one thing, but when you are into a healthcare solution or a medical device profession, then what should be the way to start the thing? What are the step by step processes? What are the challenges that in we here journey we have also gone through, and how we have solved those things? And for any person or any budding entrepreneur who want to get into this ecosystem of healthcare products and AI, what are the things that they can do earlier to get most out of it and make their journey very easy. So I'll start point by point, and maybe later on, we can also discuss about the role of the educational institutes and research institutes for these kind of startup, how the institutes can help this kind of startup to grow into a sellable product into the market. So, starting with the introduction of We Here. So, Mr. Jitendra has given a brief introduction, and almost that covers everything. So, We Here is Ahmedabad-based startup. We started back in 2017, and our major focus was to work on the hearing care ecosystem in India and then globally. So, why we started We Here is, like in India, there are like globally, there are around 500 million people who have hearing issues. So these people, they require any sort of hearing devices. And India being a largest population, the this number is also very high in India. So in India right now, around 8 crore people have, some level of hearing loss. So we saw that problem into the market, and then we started doing some research on that. And right now, we here as a complete ecosystem where from the first part, from the diagnostic to the last solution, we have created all the range of products specifically designed, developed, engineered, and manufactured in India. So in 2017 we started with a very narrowed challenge, and that challenge was to create a solution, to create a product for people who are completely hearing impaired, like people who are born without their physical ears, people who do not have heard anything in their entire life. So to do so, our me and my other co-founder, we were doing research on a technology called bone conduction technology. So this bone conduction technology is something which uses your bone. It does not use your physical ears, and through the bone, it directly stimulates part of your brain, and a person is able to hear. So this technology is something where you do not need anything inside your ear to hear. So from the beginning, like from the childhood, we have been learning that we are only able to hear through our physical ears. But we found out a way, a technology which bypasses your complete ear and person can hear. So with that, what we did was, we created our first product, and that product we took around 2.5, 3 years for the development of the product. And that product is something which is a non-surgical substitute of a surgery which was costing around 20 lakh to 25 lakh rupees. And that surgery was also very much risky, and because it's that expensive, a lot of people were missing out of it. So we created that product here new, which is our first product, which is a complete substitute of those surgery which are being done on hearing impaired kids. And with that, I'm very happy to share that we have served more than 12,000 hearing impaired kids who are like not able to listen or not able to speak anything by birth, and now they have been using our device, and it's helping them a lot in their education, in their social life. So that is something where we started with, which was one unique product, unique innovation that we had. And again, that product of ours is globally patented. So we got a patent granted in India in 2021, and globally we have the patent in 42 countries, across the globe. So after getting into that market, we started seeing actual market, which is market for people with hearing loss. So this market is for people who are like actually born without ears, or people who are completely hearing impaired. But now this market is for the people who have hearing loss. So we have a lot of aged people in our house. You might have seen them. They are like hard of hearing, not able to hear those things clearly. So we started working on a solution and ecosystem for that. And in that, as I was telling earlier, India being a very large consumer, it is one of the largest consumer. So we have around 8 crore people who have hearing loss, but there are no brand from India. So in hearing aid, like globally, there are only five major brands, And these five major brands, four of them are from Europe and one is from the US. So all those five major brands have dominated the complete market of hearing aids in India. So India being this big, like they have no product originated from India for the the solution for the Indian population who has this many people have hearing loss. So we saw a very good gap into the market, and with that we started working in this. And after that we completely created an ecosystem where from the beginning of like let's say if a person who has a hearing issue, that person needs to first conduct a test. So they what they do is they go to an ENT doctor or an audiologist. These guys do the test. They do their hearing test. So from that point to the final devices, final hearing aid distribution, we created the whole range of device. We indigenized those devices and design developed engineer based on the requirement of Indian population and requirement of the environment of the India. So in that we created the whole range of products. So right now we have eight different products for the people who have hearing issues with the age. And so that is how we went into the bigger market and created more products which can help more number of people across the country. And later on we also launch one of our product which is a preventive solution. So, a lot of people these days, you might have seen all of you are using your earphones and headphones every day. But, like when you use it for a longer period of time, a lot of you might have, been feeling some pain in the ear, itching in the ear. And, like in India, there's very recently there was statistics from the health department where many number of people who are young adults, like people who are into 30s and 40s, these people are now often getting hearing loss. So earlier what used to happen is people into 50s, 60s, in the early age they used to get the hard of hearing and they require the hearing aid devices. But now people into 30s, 40s, these people have started developing hearing loss. And there is like only one major reason for that, and that is excessive use of earphones and headphones. Because now, it has become the part of our life where everybody is using at least like earphones for at least 1 or 2 hours a day, be it for your work, be it for music, for exercise. Even small kids, they are using it for education. So and because of this hearing issue in young adults, people who are into early 30s, 40s, these guys are having hearing issue. So what we thought was we thought to create a product which is a preventive hearing solution. So we have created one headset which is a headphone which can be connected with your phone. You can listen to music, talk on phone, you can do everything. But it uses a technology which is the bone conduction technology. So you don't need to put anything inside your ear. Your ears are completely open. It stays on your bone. So even if you use it for any longer period like 5 hours, 6 hours a day, that does not damage the ear. So, that is how we created a preventive solution. So, when we thought to get into the market of this hearing aid, what we did was we, did all the market research, and then we thought to create a solution which is, a complete ecosystem where we have a preventive solution for people like me and you who do not have any kind of, any kind of hearing issues as of now. But because of our lifestyle in near future, we do not get any hearing damage or hearing issue. So we created a preventive solutions. Then we have the patented solution Hear New, which is for people who are by birth having hearing impairment, people who have by birth physical ears missing or any sort of hearing issue. So we have a product for them. And then for the people who develop the hearing loss with the age, with the time, so we have the whole range of products for them. So that is how, what we did was when we went into this ecosystem, we created a complete range of solution where any issue sort of, related to hearing or any issues related to your ear, we have something in the basket for the people. So that is what we earlier strategized, and we were able to put it into the market very well. And along with that, we, as I said, created the complete diagnostic ecosystem also. So that is about the we here product range. And as Mr. Jitendra was telling, we were also part of Shark Tank India. So in 2023, our episode got aired, and with the episode, we were one of the highest, we got the one of the highest deal at the valuation of 250 crore. And Mr. Piyush Bansal from Lenskart, he invested into us. And then, we started working with them and plan to create a complete ecosystem, whatever they have done for the eye health. The same thing, we are planning to replicate for the ear health, which is, the issue which is not much highlighted as of now, but it is very much required. Because as per the estimation of World Health Organization, just in next 5 to 7 years, just by 2035, 1 in 8 people will be having hearing loss. So totaling it, around 1.1 billion people across the globe will be having hearing loss. So this is something which we need to start worrying as of now, so that in future we can avoid maximum number of the issues. So yeah, that is about the we here. That is about how we here started, what are the range of products, and what we have been able to achieve so far. And like right now we are not only making the solution or giving the solution in India, but now we are globally exporting our products. And I'm proud to share that our made in India products right now are going in more than 13 countries globally. And very soon we'll be expanding it to 30 countries within next 1 year. So that is what we have been able to achieve, what we have done so far. Now, coming back to the today's agenda about, talking about the healthcare ecosystem for the startups. So in India now, like, if I see in last 4.5 years, the healthcare ecosystem has grown tremendously. Like earlier, we were very much dependent on all other countries, all other products for multiple number of things. But now the ecosystem is growing very well. Still, so if you see, if you divide this healthcare ecosystem, I generally divide it into three different parts. One is the services, as in providing the systems for healthcare, providing the management tools and everything for the healthcare. So that is one of the side where India is doing really good. Then second thing is into diagnostics, where in diagnostics, again, it's kind of a service where you know startups who are working on the diagnostic part for different issues, different categories. And the third part is medical devices. So, first, like if we talk about the part one and part two, which are more service based, there, Indian healthcare ecosystem has seen a very good growth. So, in last 10 to 12 years, I think there are more than around 5,000 startups who have been, working on different sectors into the medical or healthcare ecosystem development or healthcare service development. But I'll focus more on the device and development side, where India is still lacking. And when I'm telling India is lacking, I'm not telling that it's a wrong thing, but what I see is it's a really good opportunity. So today, if you see any sort of medical equipments, be it into diagnostic, like when you go for the checkup. So the device which a radiologist is using for your X-ray, for your MRIs or anything. So everything is imported. Then even if you go to the surgical parts, where like there are a lot of robotic surgery, laser surgery, and all those things are happening. But again, we are completely dependent on the imports for all those things. And even if you go to a consumer healthcare products, so consumer healthcare product, like I was talking about hearing aid earlier, then apart from hearing aid, a lot of people use. glucose monitors, CGMs. So in all those places also, there is a lot of dependency from outside. So we did this same analysis, we did the same study when we started or thought of entering into the hearing aid market, and seeing that why it is advantage for a startup or for an entrepreneur to get into this kind of ecosystem, because all those products are which are being imported. Those products are designed, developed, and manufactured seeing the environment of those specific locations. Like, I'll give you the example of the hearing aids. So as I was telling, like 4 out of 5 brands are European hearing aid brands. So all those products are again designed, developed based on seeing the market of the Europe, seeing the environment of the Europe, seeing the conditions of the Europe. So if I compare it directly, the condition in Europe is like India is, as we all know, it's bit noisy country. Like when we are going on the road, we see a lot of honking, we see a lot of noise around us. But same thing if you go into the European country, the noise is not that much. Now a product which is which is for hearing, and it's being made in Europe, tested in Europe, so it is designed in a way that it's designed for a very less noisy situation. But then when the same products comes into the India, because of a lot of noise, a lot of other environmental factor, the people do not have the best experience. So I'm just giving the example about the hearing aid, but there are a lot of user interactive medical devices which are being developed outside, depending upon the situation outside. And when they are being used in India, they are not able to perform at their best. So how I see is, it's a very good opportunity for the entrepreneurs or for the people who want to come into the Indian market of the healthcare. They want to develop something. So that is what we have been focusing on, because healthcare is something which all of us are very much passionate about. And now with the growth of the service industry in the healthcare, if we are able to develop a good product or a good solution which can combine with the services, then India can have a very good edge in the healthcare ecosystem. Not only because right now India also has a very huge requirement in terms of the healthcare devices, services, and everything. But in future, if we can do those things properly, India can be a very good not only consumer but a very good exporter of the medical devices and healthcare technology. So that is what I see about the healthcare ecosystem in the startup specifically. And now I have also seen a lot of startups working in terms of like adding artificial intelligence and machine learning into the healthcare ecosystem. So, but those things, those innovations are maximum seen in the service based industry. So there are a lot of diagnostic startups in India. There are a lot of healthcare solution and service provider startups in India who have been using AI very well. Like just to give you an example, there is a healthcare startup in India which creates the database for all the hospitals and all the patients database. And with the AI, with the patient history and all the data and the huge number of patients across the globe, they have data of them, and based on all those database, they are able to like predict depending upon your medical situation, that what could be the future issues that patient might get. And earlier also you can start the precautionary medication for that. And it has been showing a really good progress, and that startup is developed in India, and right now globally a lot of people are using it. So in services, we are able to use artificial intelligence and machine learning very well. But now if you talk about again the devices, like there are a lot of surgical equipments which are being made, which are being used in India. So India is a really good consumer of all this. Like in India, like we have all kind of robotic surgery happening in all the parts of the country. But all those things again we are completely dependent. So this is a really good side, or this is a really good area where an entrepreneur can focus on, and try to maximize the usage of AI. Because India being a a very strong country in software development and artificial intelligence, if we can put all those things into the any kind of medical product or any kind of healthcare devices product, we can do wonders, and we can create a really good products out of it. So that is, kind of the way I oversee the healthcare and AI market of, Indian startup ecosystem. But now, I just want to tell you a bit more about the, what are all other aspects, what are the processes if, someone wants to get into the specific healthcare ecosystem, and, specifically they want to start something which is into the healthcare and medical. So, what I've done is, whenever also I talk with my team or some other new entrepreneurs, we discuss about the flow. So, anytime, if you want to start something, be it in the this specific healthcare industry or any other industry, there should be a specific, way of doing the things to maximize your efforts, the output of your efforts in development of any new startup. So in any new startup, the first thing starts with the ideation. So ideation is something where you think about the problem, like is it really a problem? So for example, I'll just compare everything with the example of we here, so I can explain those things in a better way to you. So when we talk about the ideation, ideation is something is you validate your idea. So how you can validate your idea is first, like you have to ask few questions to yourself, like is it really a problem to everyone? What is the scale of the problem? What are the current things into the market? So ideation always comes up with a very thorough market research. And when you want to get into this specific field of healthcare and medical, the market research is the most important thing that any entrepreneur has to do. Because if you start if you like have some idea in your mind, and if you start developing those things, but there are a lot of factors that you don't know. Because from many year onwards, there are a lot of companies like Johnson, then GE Healthcare, all those companies are into this industry. So, first you have to do that market research, that why any big player has not done those things. Is it doable? Is it practical? Because, like, innovate, there is a very thin line between invention and innovation. Like invention is something that, it proves that you can do something new, you can make something new. But this invention becomes innovation only when you are able to create a new thing along with the market usability. Like if you create something but it is not usable into the market, or it is not practical into the market, then it only stays as the innovation. But it only stays as the invention, but it only becomes innovation when you make it in a way that it is feasible to get into the market, it is scalable, and maximum people can get the benefit out of it. So ideation and thorough market research is very important. And specifically, when we talk about the medical device, this market research has, different methodologies, different techniques, where you do, detailed competitive, like detailed competitor analysis for the players who are already in that field, what they are doing, what they are missing, why they have not been doing the thing that, the way you have planned. So all this is part of the market research. And also like you have to do the market research along with the end user. So if I give you the example of the market that we are into, so before launching the product, so like before launching the hearing aid products in India, we went to a 3 months of thorough market research. So what we have done is, like there are multiple competitor brands, which the European brands I was talking about. So we started doing research on all the products of them. We started talking to all the customers of them. We started talking to all the professionals who have been, giving this product, like the doctors and audiologists who have been giving these products to their patient. We started understanding their pain points first. That, like if I give you one statistic, so as I was telling, right, India has more than 8 crore people who have hearing loss, but every year India is only selling 12 lakh hearing aids. So, for the demand of 8 crore, there are only 12 lakh devices being sold every year. So, we thoroughly wanted to understand that what is the reason behind this, demand and supply gap, because the demand is huge and these big companies have, no shortage of supply also. Then why, like, people are not buying the, hearing aids as they should? So in India, its penetration is less than 1%. So in 100 people who have hearing issue, hardly one person is using the hearing aid. So we went into this market research and we identified mainly three issues. So first issue is, you all know India is a very price sensitive market. So if you are launching any product which is not affordable to, maximum number of people, then the product is going to fail. So that is what happened with all these European brands. So those products, those hearing aids are first very expensive in India. Like, a good pair of hearing aid device in India, that like it would cost customer around 80,000 to 90,000 rupees with all the good features. So India is not the, a real market for that. So that was the one issue that we identified, that the price is something where, like there is a gap between the consumer and the brand. The second thing we found out is, it was a very interesting found out thing for us also, which is the scarcity of the ecosystem. So, like in India, India is divided into two parts. Like one is India, which are the major countries, and the second part is Bharat, which is the real part of India, which is, having more than 70% population of India. So what happened is, when all those European brands or bigger brands came into the Indian market, like they were only able to cater those bigger cities and not the lower, like not the villages or not the tier 3 tier 4 cities of India. And because of that, there was a very less ecosystem for diagnostic. So if a person has a hearing issue, they need to go to an audiologist, and this audiologist conduct a test for them. And once the test is completed, they give you a report, and based on the report, then they suggest the hearing aid device, they program it, and they give it to the patient. But in India, there are only 4,500 certified audiologists as of now. So for the people of hearing issue is 8 crore, there are only 5,000 professionals who can give the device or the conduct the test for them. And again, this 5,000 of them are only in metro cities and tier 1 cities. So, like, we are sitting here in Ahmedabad. So, even if I go like 60, 70 kilometers out from Ahmedabad, there will be no access of an audiologist. Or, if you go to a tier 3, tier 4 cities, still there is no access of the audiologist. So because of the scarcity of this diagnostic ecosystem, people were not able to identify that they have this issue. And even if they identify, it's like they have kept it as a part of their life, that it is there, there is no solution of it. So that was the thing, the scarcity of the diagnostic ecosystem. And the third thing was, again, that was a very interesting thing that we got to know, and it is like social stigma. So in market like India, there is a lot of social stigma in the people. Like people don't want to be seen wearing the hearing aid. People don't want that, like if someone sees you and they identify that you are wearing a hearing aid device, you are not able to hear things clearly. So that same thing was earlier also used to happen with the spectacles. So if you go back like 20 years from today, that time also, like people were not much accepting the spectacles, because nobody wants to be showing that I have a vision problem. And this is the same thing happening for hearing in current time. People don't want to show everyone that I am disabled or I'm not able to hear things clearly. So by doing this, thorough market research for 3 months, we identified these gaps where these big brands, big companies are not able to, penetrate very well in India, and still the India's penetration of hearing aid is only 1%. So after doing this, I'm talking about the flow. So I'm just giving you the example that how we identified a perfect solution, perfect ecosystem for the hearing aid. And this same process, this same methodology can be used by any entrepreneur or any startup company who want to get into the medical devices. So once we did the ideation, then we did the market research, and based on the results of the market research, we found out these three major gaps. So now when we are doing the like the finalization of the product roadmap, that what is the product that we want to make, or what is the range of product that we want to make, we kept those three things in our mind, and keeping those three things in the mind, we started creating the whole solution. So that, and I'm very happy that those insight, those study helped us very much to develop the product. And once the product also got into the market, it helped us very much to understand the consumer, and people were also able to connect with the brand very well. So what we did was, cost was the first problem. So because those products are made outside, and all the customs and everything is there, so cost anyway, because we designed, developed, engineered, in manufactured in India, we were able to comparatively cut down the cost at a very good level. So that was not the problem. But the second thing is the scarcity of the ecosystem. So to do so, we again went to a very innovative approach, where what we did was, the diagnostic part, the devices for diagnostic that we made them in a way that it can be remotely controllable. So as I was telling, there are very less number of professionals who can do the test. So what we did was, we created a central audiology team, where an audiologist sitting from our head office here, they can conduct the test anywhere in the India. All they need to do is, we just need to send the device there. So we created those touch points where in all the districts, all the cities, we have devices, and then there will be a one technician or one salesperson who is there. And now the central audiology team sitting here in Ahmedabad, they can conduct the test in a remotest area of India. All they need is just a internet connection required. So after doing this, we saw that people from small towns, people from villages, now also they have started getting their ears tested, and they started getting to know that these are the solutions available for them. And so in that, like, diagnostic was the one part. But as I was telling, right, once the hearing test is done, the devices also need to be regulated or made based on the hearing profile of them. So there, we closely work with our machine learning and AI engineers. And what we did was, the test we made, initially it was the remote, but now with the help of AI and machine learning, what we did was, we created this test in a way that it is an automatic test. So once the device is there, all the audiologist has to do it, click on one single button, and with the help of machine learning and AI, and based on the responses of the patient, the test is conducted automatically. The audiologist doesn't require to do anything after pressing that single button. In 10 minutes, the complete test is completed. So we're able to connect with more and more people with hearing loss, and they started doing their testing. And then based on the result of the test, we extended our AI algorithms in one more way, that the hearing aid devices that they get, they are again, we made them remotely tunable. And based on the result of that AI test, our algorithms automatically tunes that device, and the device is ready within next 5 minutes. So 10 minutes for testing and 5 minutes for like programming of the device. So in total 15 minutes, with the minimal intervention of a physical audiologist required, on a single click of button and just connecting the devices. a person sitting in Ahmedabad can, give the patient sitting in Leh Ladakh, they can give, like, conduct the hearing test and give the hearing aid device to them. So, because we had all those insights in our mind when we went into the market, we designed and developed the whole solution, whole ecosystem, in that way that, with the minimal intervention of the limited resources that we have, they can, give the solution across the country and very soon across the globe also. So that is why, I was telling that if we have a very good market research, if we have a very good data points where, what is the actual gap between what user wants or what user requires and what your competitors or other players in the same industry are giving, that helps very much, when you are developing a new product, new prototype. So that is the, like, ideation, market research and prototype part. But then comes the part of a customer validation. So, because, it's a medical product, you require validation of two different persons. One is the professional, because when we talk about the medical products, very less products, very few products are, direct to consumer, but most of the products are, like, being used by the professional, like a doctor or like a surgeon, or like the, professionals like audiologists, opticians, optometrists, the way we have in the hearing aids. So the market validation, the customer validation, and the professional validation is very much important, from the point where you start developing the products. So, like, that is something which is, again, very important and very helpful to us. So what we did was we started creating our network when we started developing this product. So we tied up with a lot of audiologists, a lot of professionals, and also when we were making the product for hearing impaired kids. So at that point of time also we tied up with a school for hearing impaired kids. So with them only, we conducted all the development. When, like, in early stage, we tested on them. We, continuously take their feedback, and then we were able to make the product which users actually want. Otherwise, what happens is, if you don't do the proper customer interaction before development of the product, you develop the the consumer wanted. So it is very much important where, in products like a validation who is going to use the product, and the customer validation on whom the product is going to be used. So that is something very critical in terms of, when you are developing the product which is for into the healthcare, or product which is any kind of medical device. After doing all those things, once the product is ready, everything is done, then again it comes a very important and very, I must say, very expensive part of development of the healthcare product or healthcare ecosystem, which is the regulatory part. Because, regulatory part is very important, because if you want to launch any product into the market which is into the healthcare, the regulatory, don't have the clearances from regulatory, cannot sell a single product into the market. And this regulatory, again, it varies, country by country. So in India, for the medical devices regulatory, there is something called CDSCO. CDSCO is India's medical device regulatory body, and the CDSCO has, the whole, whole type, like, for all each and every different products, like for the products for, products for diagnostic, they have different standards. Products like hearing aid, they have different standards. All the products have different standards. So, while development of the product, if you are not aware of all those things, once the product is developed and you want to go to the regulatory part, it becomes very difficult. So, again, there's this is a good one of the advice that I want to give. When you go into any kind of medical based products, after doing the market research and everything, when you start developing the prototype, when you start conceptualizing the product, you need to look into the regulatory part as well, because all regulatory bodies have different requirements. So from the beginning, when you start development of the product, those things you should keep in the mind, and you can create the roadmap of your product in that way. Then for Europe, there is something called then all other countries, like in Australia there is something called TSA. So all the countries have their specific guidelines for making the hearing aid, making any kind of healthcare based or medical device based product. So those things also needs to be kept in mind. And once those things are there, and you develop your product, then when you want to scale your product or when you want to launch your product in the market, your effort becomes little less, because you don't need to change anything into the product. And for regulatory also, there are a lot of advisors, a lot of support available nowadays for medical devices. Earlier it was only there for pharmaceutical industry, because India was not doing a lot into the medical devices. But now there are like a lot of people who can support, who can help in terms of like developing the regulatory certifications for all the products. And then after everything is covered, you got your license and everything, then comes the part which is like post development part, which is the product launch and how to get into the market. So those things again, I'll not get into this, because those things varies industry to industry, product to product. So that is a post development part. But I was, just wanted to cover all the aspects of, developing a healthcare product or developing a medical device product. What should be the flow, what should be the way of thinking, and how if someone wants to get into that industry, how they can, start the things, and what is the way that they can line up the startup journey that they have. So that is, that was about, like some thoughts, some points on the healthcare industry and medical devices, and how we have done it in our journey. What are the challenges that we had? What is the way that we did the things and how it helped us? And some suggestions from my side, where if someone wants to get into it, this is the way that they should think about it, and this is the way they can get maximum output for all the efforts that they have planned to do. So that is that. And now, if I come, more on the startup and institution side, specifically for startups who are into innovation, startup who have different, advantage of innovation than IP, then there are a lot of support which is available, in the complete Indian startups ecosystem across the country. So, one very important thing, I also wanted to add first, which is about the intellectual property. So IP, what I feel is very important, when you are coming up with something which is new into this medical devices industry or in the healthcare industry, because, like it requires a lot of effort when you are developing something. So, as I was giving the example of we here. So in we here, we started back in 2017, and just to develop our first product, put our first product into the market, it almost took us around 4 years. So the 4 years of research and development and everything is there. So in that case, in those cases, having a intellectual property right is very important. And for medical devices, the rules are also very strict. So if someone infringes your IP, not only in India but globally, if you are having a patent globally, then it is taken very seriously. So I'll just give you one example of IP being protecting the medical innovation. So again, it's a case study from the US. where there is a small startup who was working on glucose monitoring. So they have been working on non-invasive glucose monitoring earlier, and they have filed the patent globally for that, and they have got their patent granted also. 1 year later, a very big company like Apple. So Apple, worked on the same technology, which was matching the innovation there of that small startup. And because it was IP protected by that small startup, Apple had like completed the development of the glucose monitoring into their Apple Watch. But because of infringement of the IP, they were not able to put it into the market for a longer period of time, because of it was the patent of some other innovation of some other company, and they were making some other devices out of it. So that is why, like, having an IP is very much important when we talk about medical devices industry, because it takes a lot of time and a lot of research and development. Then you should have like put all your efforts to protect those things smartly, and the bigger player who cannot just come into the market and do the same thing whatever you have done for a very longer period of time and given everything into it. So IP is very important in that way. So now if I talk about the ecosystem, the early stage startups have now a lot of different benefits available to them. So earlier, when we started back in 2017, the startup ecosystem was very new. Like 2015, they started the Startup India ecosystem, but by 2017 it was again not that much matured. But nowadays, if a startup wants to start something, they have, from the state governments, from the central government, they have a lot of benefits available for them. And apart from those benefits, like benefits are multiple. The benefits could be in terms of grants, benefits could be in terms of the finance options that they get, benefits could be in terms of IP support that they get, benefits in terms of mentorship. So they have whole bunch of benefits available to them. But apart from that, in India, there are very good accelerators who are only sharply focused on healthcare innovation. So that is also something which could be utilized if you are having a solution, if you are having a product which is into the healthcare. So definitely you can also find it online, and if anybody requires any support on that side, we can definitely get connected with them. So this ecosystem helps a lot now, because earlier you have to do everything on your own. But now, because from last 10 years people are into the industry, people have been experiencing all those things. These people, when you are new startup coming into the healthcare industry and joining with these kind of accelerators, joining with this kind of support ecosystems or incubators, it can help a lot to fast track your innovation, not only in terms of innovation and product development, but in all other aspects like regulatory, as I was telling. So earlier, for we here only, like when we wanted to apply for the global licenses, it took us almost 7 months to just understand the process from different consultants, and getting ourselves ready for that. But now, because we have the knowledge, or because this knowledge is also available with few of the other accelerators, incubators, then this process can be fastened up within 1.5 month. So because of the advantage of the growing ecosystem, now people have access, have a lot of experiences and knowledges which are already having with the previous companies or previous players into the ecosystem. So as an institutes also, what I suggest is institutes can also play a very good role in this industry, or in this growth of the ecosystems for the healthcare innovation, where all these institutes have different research labs, so they can give the access to the startups on that. And also industries have different the institutes also have different kind of tie-ups with the industries, where from those tie-ups, the problem gathering is also a very good advantage which can be given to any budding entrepreneur, where they can identify what are the actual things required, what are the actual problems in the market, and how they can solve it, they can work upon it. So in those cases, the research institutes and the colleges and the research labs, this can be very good resources for this entrepreneurs to think about or getting the problems that these are the problems which they can work upon. And apart from that, the grant support is always there. And I think right now it is also at a very mature stage in Indian startup ecosystem. So just giving you the example about Gujarat ecosystem, where we are from. So in Gujarat, the startup, like they get the grants from a very early stage, from the ideation stage. They have the student startup innovation grant, which is around 2 lakh rupees. Then there are different incubator ground grants which are ranging anywhere around 10 to 15 lakh rupees. And then state government also has grant structure up to 40 lakh rupees. So early the first 40-50 lakh rupees grants can be like you can get from the different government schemes and different supports. And using those grants, you can do the first 2-3 parts of the starting of the startup, which is ideation, market research, proof of concept. So those things, with the support of these early grants, it can be done very well. And then once you are ready with the proper prototype or a proper proof of concept, then in medical industry in India, there are a lot of healthcare accelerators and a lot of healthcare VCs who are completely focusing on innovative medical solutions, which are scalable not only in India but scalable across the globe. So there also, later on, if you have the products prototype ready, and then this kind of accelerators and venture capitals can help very fast in terms of development of the product. So yeah, so what I see is, it's a very complex and long process of developing the or development of the any kind of medical device or developing any kind of healthcare ecosystem. But as I was telling, India is a very good opportunity market for that. An advantage of the population of India being highest populated country in the world. We are also the highest consumer of the world. And right now, as because we are so much dependent on other countries, other products, India can be a really good if there is an innovation which can solve all the problems of the current consumers of the specific industry. And if they are able to do it cost effectively, then it is a very good opportunity in the Indian market for the development of the any sort of medical products and development of the healthcare ecosystems. So what I feel is, right now India is, somewhat growing and getting into the new phase where in coming 5 to 7 years, for a lot of things, a lot of consumer things into the medical devices, India will be able to neutralize their import, and they'll be able to give the solutions to itself. But I see that now if people getting into this healthcare industry, then dwells into the much in last 7 years, and seeing our journey. These are my takes. These are my points that I wanted to share with you all about the ecosystem of startups in healthcare in India. So yeah, this was the things. This was the part I wanted to discuss. Now, today I'm like open for your questions. If you want to know anything about the healthcare startups, or anything about the regulatory, anything about development, or anything about whatever we have done so far, I am putting this open to everyone for your questions. So anybody wants anything to know, anything that they want to know about in detail in the medical devices, healthcare startup ecosystem, or even anything about we here, or any insights or any questions you have, I'm open for that.
Microphones for all the participants are enabled. You may ask questions one by one.
Hello, am I
Yes.
audible? Yes. So I do have a question that how frequently we are supposed to change the device? Means we have to purchase it again and again, or it can be modified based on the current situation of the hearing.
Yeah, so it's a digital device. So you don't need to change the device. It is digitally programmed. So, it can be tuned with the software and with the mobile app by the professional. So, until and unless device gets damaged, or is there any issue with the device, you don't need to change the device. Any other questions?
Uh, Hello, sir.
Yes.
So how does this technology from like we hear differ from other hearing aids? Like,
So, as I was telling, we have two different kind of products for hearing aid. One is the product for people who are completely hearing impaired by birth, people who do not have physical ears. So, till like before we hear, what used to happen is they need to undergo a surgery. So, what they used to do is they drill a hole in the head, and they fit a permanent device into the skull of the person. And with the bones, the person was able to hear. Now, what we have done at We Here is we have created a solution which is a non-surgical solution. So you don't need any kind of surgery. You don't need to go under the knife. And non-surgically, with the same efficiency, using this bone conduction technology, person is able to hear. And that is our again patented solution, as I was telling. So this is how it differs from the product which have the you know product which is for people with complete hearing loss. And if I talk about the other part of the business, where I was talking about the hearing aids which are for people with age, people who have hearing issues, and right now it is competing directly with those five global brands. So in that, the product has like technology is the same, but the advantage is the way I was telling, the problem that they were not able to focus in Indian market, we solved it based on our technology, and solved it based on the ecosystem that we have developed. So in that, like technologically we are almost similar, but for the people who are completely hearing impaired, we have an age, and we have global patent for next 20 years in these 42 countries. And any other questions?
so how have you worked with the ENT specialists or audiologists? Like, do you have any partnerships or like for a clinical trial or like at a first stage trials?
So clinical trials, yeah, you really raised a very good point, which is again a very important part when we are developing any consumer-faced product, which is clinical trials. So what we have done is we have done the clinical trials in two of India's major institutes. One is in Mumbai, which is called AYG, Aligarh Jung Institute of Speech and Hearing, which is in Bandra, and another institute is in Mysore. It's called All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, AISH. So with these two institutes, we have conducted trials and tests on more than 100 patients. And based on the clinical trials that we have, we were able to provide the efficiency of the product, which is, equally comparable to the surgical implant that they have. So this is a very important thing, when you get into the any medical devices, like whatever you say, whatever your features say, whatever your specifications say, those things are, not much valuable to the consumer or the professional until and unless you have a proper clinically validation and clinical trial report. And once you have that, the clinical trial is very helpful when you want to get into the market, when you want to gain the trust from the investors, from the regulatory authorities. So at that point of time, it is very important to have.
Another question. Where do you see we here in the next 5 years in terms of product line, markets, and impact?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So, as of now, as I was telling, we have completely developed the ecosystem where from the diagnostic to, the preventive hearing solutions, from the product for completely hearing impaired and for the conventional hearing aids. So, product range, we'll keep on innovating. We have a innovation team of around 123 people right now. Out of them, 80 of them are engineers who are developing these products. So in terms of products, definitely we are, going to keep on doing the new things. And right now, when I talk about my global vision, so right now we are available in 13 different countries and 20 cities of India. But in next 3 years, we are targeting to reach in 70 countries across the globe. And what we see is, as I said earlier, also we were a largest consumer and importer. But what I see is, we here is the one which where we aim to be, like creating the most innovative and effective, efficient hearing solutions, not only for the India, but like we make it from the India and globally we can see our products being used by people. So that is something that we aim to achieve in next 3 years.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, any other questions?
Looks like we are done with the Q&A. So, on the behalf of all the participants, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Kanishk Patel for his insightful and inspiring session on how about startup ecosystem in healthcare and AI. Your journey with WeCare Innovations, from pioneering bone conduction technology to becoming the first Indian hearing care startup to gain national recognition on Shark Tank India 3, is truly remarkable. Your vision of making hearing care more affordable, accessible, and stigma free demonstrates how technology can be harnessed to solve real world healthcare challenges. The way you shared your entrepreneurial experiences, challenges, and achievements has given us a deeper appreciation of the startup ecosystem in India and the opportunities it holds for innovation in healthcare and AI. We sincerely thank you, sir, for taking the time to share your expertise, experiences, and inspiration with us today. Your story will continue to motivate us to think big, innovate boldly, and create solutions that truly make the difference. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
We will start our second session in a while. All the participants are requested to stay online. We will begin our session at 3:30. Participants are requested to come online around that time. So, hello everyone. Let's begin our second session. Welcome to our second session of the day. It is my privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker, Mr. Dhruv Patel, founder and CEO of D3S Healthcare Technologies. With a mission to bridge the gap between technology and healthcare, Mr. Patel has been leading innovative initiatives to advance early detection and awareness, particularly in the fight against breast cancer. Under his leadership, D3S Healthcare Technologies is developing cutting edge screening solutions that integrate image processing, artificial intelligence, and specialized red light technology aimed at improving accuracy and accessibility in breast abnormality screening. In addition to his entrepreneurial journey, Mr. Patel serves as head of program and competition at the World STEM and Robotics Olympiad WSRO, where he has been inspiring and mentoring students across India through robotics, STEM education, and startup development programs. His works his work has impacted young innovators at the grassroots level by fostering creativity, problem solving, and entrepreneurial thinking. Mr. Patel's professional journey reflects a blend of research, academia, and industry leadership. He has served as a professor at Silver Rock University and BH Gardi College of Engineering and Technology, worked as a research scientist at the National Meteorological Laboratory, and continues to pursue his doctoral research at Gujarat Technological University, focusing on robotics based additive manufacturing processes. With his unique expertise in engineering, product development, and healthcare technology integration, Mr. Patel exemplifies how innovation can be harnessed to create meaningful social impact. Today, he will be sharing his insights on advancements in breast abnormality screening, integrating image processing and AI with specialized red light technology, offering us a glimpse into the future of healthcare diagnostics. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Dhruv Patel, sir. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, hi everyone. Am I audible to everyone? Yes, sir.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Uh, I will not take much of your time. I will deliver a session around 30, 35, 40 minutes, and then rest we can do a question answers. Sharing is oh, medical things talking about skin cancer, lung cancer, but in all of these, the new study says that breast cancers in women it is more than the lung cancer in last 5 years. So it's an alarming situation for everyone. So that's why we have started our startup before 3 years in the started the research in the field of cancer screening, and then we meet number of doctors and the researchers across the globe, and then we found that the next area to work on the cancer screening is the breast cancer screening, because right now only just three methods are available to detect the early cancer or early cancer systems are one is a clinic based examination, where the woman is checking their breast by themselves, by their own hands, for any palpitations or any uh, tissue compression, malignancy, or anything. Second thing, either they need to go for a particular breast examination under two technologies. One is ultrasound and second one is mammography. Both is a difficult things. Like in mammography, tissue compressions and radiations is also there. So we cannot do often a mammography. And as per the WHO statement, it says that each and every woman need after a certain age of 25 years, after a 25 years of age, every year they need to do a screening, and after 35 age group they need to do the screening after each and every menstrual cycles. So that's the main key things for us as a problem statement. And then we have worked for around 1.5 years for research and development for this technology, and then followed by the clinical trials, prototype, MVP, and then we have achieved the CDSU, that's a government license to manufacture the devices in India with all the compliances. We are having our ISO 13485, we are having our own patents and everything. We have followed the gold standard method for the clinical validations, and our results are available on the CTRI portal of the government of India. So that's the thing. So we have started 3 years. We have spent 1.5 years for the research R&D and clinical validations, and then the final productions. And right now, we are proudly say that we are available in India, across the India. We have sold more than 50 plus devices across the India, and till the date, we have screened more than 5,000 plus women in our screening camp modules. That's the thing. And myself, Dhruv Patel, I am the founder of the DCS Healthcare Technologies, and we can move ahead with our session. So this is the introduction. We have started in 2021 with a small office in AIC, and now we are going with the pace of things. Our main motto is to screen the billion people to save million lives, particularly the cancer segment. Yeah, so as I mentioned that each and every woman need to screen. Why? Because as per the WHO, in last 5 years, 7.8 million women across the globe diagnosis with the breast cancer. Also, the one statistic says that 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with either breast abnormality or either with the breast cancer. So it's a very alarming situation for everyone. In country like us, it's always a social taboo. So women are not directly comfortable to tell anyone in the starting stage of if they feel uncomfortable meant with the breast. So if they found something in the breast, they will not tell even their husband in the starting phase. So to the doctor, it is far enough. So once they reach into second and third stage of the cancer, then and then it is diagnosed, and then it will be difficult to save the patient or a breast. So that's the thing. So in India, our main target is we are having the 662.9 million women living in India. If we can screen only 0.01% of them using our technologies, then also we can save a 1 million plus lives. So that's our prime motto while we are working. So this is the device. So in device, it's a completely handheld portable device. In our device, we have a 100% indigenous technology. So all things are made in India except batteries. Battery we are importing from the good vendors. Everything is the made in India concept we are following. So at the top you can find the glass lens. Below glass lens there is a medical grade specified wavelength LEDs are there. Then we are having a brightness control switch, image capture. So this device is connecting with our software. So the image capture of the right breast, 3 images, left breast, 3 images, and then followed by a complete AI-based report generation with the abnormality marking on it. And the further the consultations will be done in our own portal of the doctor management systems. Then device on off switch, we are having a LED display
which displays everything about the device and the functionality. And it is a portable chargeable device, so it's not a wired device. So it is charging using a Type C charging ports. So this is the introduction of the device. Let me talk about the which technology we are working. We are working in the red light technology. It's a specific wavelength which where the cancer cells will absorb this particular wavelength of this particular LED emitting wavelength, and the portion of the breast where the damaged cell or cancer cells are there, that will absorb the light, and other regular cells will reflect the light. So it will be a translucent images. So as we can see here, so if the breast is normal, you can see in our report. So it will be a fully glow of the breast. And if there is a abnormality or abnormal cells are present in the breast, so it will absorb this light and there will be a opaque module over there. So based on this technique, we are detecting a breast abnormality on the breast. So as I mentioned earlier, we need to take a 3 images of the left breast, 3 images of the right breast, and then the marking with the AI will be done. So this is the process. We are having our own software where patient registrations will be done, followed by we need to connect the device with the software, and then we need to capture the images. And then the AI algorithm works at the back end and it will generate the report with the markings. So that's the thing. Yeah. So this is the picture. So this is how any woman needs to screen their breast. Then if it is a normal healthy breast, it will look like this one. And if there is abnormality, it will show the opaque things are there. And this is our device. And we have compared all our clinical trials with the gold standard methods. So major two gold standard methods are breast sonography and breast mammography. So this is the same patient image, the patient screening using our devices. First image showing that shows the abnormality. Same patient goes under the breast sonography. So it is a abnormality is there, and same patient goes under the breast mammography. So we are comparing our result with the two gold standard method of the breast cancer screening. So this is the CTRI results. So as per the government norms, we need to submit our results and reports everything to CTRI. You can find our full length report on the CTRI portal. So compared to mammography, our sensitivity is 94% and accuracy is 94.68%. And compared to sonography, our device sensitivity is 93.3% and accuracy is 94%. We have done our first clinical trial on 100 patients where they undergoes under our devices screening, followed by breast sonography, followed by breast mammography. And these are the two models right now we are having. One is breast BR scan light clinic. This is a clinic bag for the different clinic applications. So hospitals can have this full setup and they can use in the different camp modules and different CSC, PHC levels. They can screen this. The major beauty of this device is like it is a completely portable and no any specialized training is needed. With the training of 30 minutes, any ASA worker also can operate this device and screen the patients. And second model is BR Scan Light Home device, where we have developed a particular device which a woman can have it home. So if there is a 2-3 women in a home, they can purchase one device and they can have a different logins in our applications. And after every 1 or 2 months, they can screen the regular breast and save the reports. And if they found some abnormality, then they can report directly to the our consultant or their official family doctors or a gynecologist. We are having a patents on this as well. And these are the screening camp we are doing right now across the Gujarat for the rural areas. So major beauty is the sonography and mammography machines are not portable, and it is difficult to have it at the mass screening level. So as the number of breast cancer cases are rising across the India, so we are a complete better fit for a mass rural screening camp devices. So that's the screening camps we are doing. And these are the abnormality images. So which different kind of abnormalities we can detect using our devices. So you can see the different images, the different kind of malignancy, different kind of cyst and the fibroadenomas as that, which can be detect our devices. So these are our clinical trial results. You can see that different abnormalities detected using our devices officially. So this is the thing. And these are the different achievements. We have received many awards, like we have received a Emerging Health Startup Award of the 2021. We have received a Emerging Health Startup Award by G24, by SCCCI. Also, we are having a Emerging Gujarat Health Startup of the Year award in 2022 by WSR and HRF, EDII, and the different foundations as well. We like proudly say that we are invited as an India delegation in healthcare by DPIIT and Startup India at the Dubai Expo in India Pavilions, where we are showcasing making India healthcare innovations at the India Pavilion. And this is a different product showcase. Like we have received award from Sri Harsh Sanghvi. We have received demonstrated our award and demonstrated our device to Sri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, Honorable Rishikesh Patel sir ji, and different government bodies are there. Also, the few delegations and the few international delegates also work with. We are also working with Esther Pharma for our global tie-ups for these portable devices, and different interactions are there. And this is a different news and press media coverages for our devices as well done by the different newspapers. And now our prime social motto that we want to screen a 1 lakh plus rural and underserved areas women in India and globally next 5 years to save their life using our device and this kind of cancer screening one concept. So that is our next target. And this is the team right now. We have a 2 co-founder and 1 founder, followed by the doctor mentors and the test engineers across the globe. So that is the basic introduction of our technology, what is our device, and what we are doing right now as a startup. We had a very good support from Startup India, Startup Gujarat, and Government of Gujarat for different phases of our startup, from starting from MVP to get it marketed in the government and different big hospitals. Right now, many big hospitals are already our clients, and we are expanding in much more. So basically, our background is from engineering, but with the help of mentors in the medical field, we can able to achieve this first device. Now we are working on 2 more device, breast cancer screening using thermography, and also we are working for portable 12 lead channel ECG machines. It's a wireless ECG machines, a full grade with the low cost and low small size. So that's the thing we are right now working. Now let us talk about the technology. Yeah. So basically, it's a particular technology. So we have tried a number of different wavelengths in the different wavelength segment spectrum. And then we finalize one particular wavelength, which is completely fitted and absorbed by the oxygen present in the cancer cells. So that particular cells are absorbing this wavelength and it's becoming dark, and other regular cells are not absorbing this particular wavelength and it emits the wavelength again. So based on the result will be shown like that. If there is no severity, then it shows the complete glow of breast. So that's called as a normal healthy breast. And if there is a cancerous cell or abnormal cells are there, so that cells will absorb this wavelength and it will look this one. So right now, this was the first use case. Then we have screened thousands of people, like more than 5,000 people, and we are having an image pool of database. Like I have said that this is the abnormality images. So we have 5,000 plus abnormal images with us. So that will help us to train our AI model. So right now, generation 1 model is already there live in our app. And right now we are working on the Gen 2 model. So what happens? We are training a visual based model for this kind of different abnormalities. So major difficulties in our first model were the nipple portion of the breast is also having a dark portion because that is a dead cells are there. So that our models is detecting that portion. To eliminate that, we need to capture more good breast health images and comparing the different models are there. And we are training on a different lifestyle models right now. I cannot disclose the name of the models. Once it's live, we can again discuss it. So that's the full thing and measure cost effectiveness. So if we are going for a mammography, it will cost you around 1500 to 2000 rupees per mammography with a tissue compression and a radiation into the body, right? And for breast sonography, it will be cost you around 1000 to 1200 rupees. And where our models are fit, we are doing screening, reporting, and even with the health consultation with the gynecologists and radiologists, including all, this will be a 250 rupees. So that's we achieve because a fully indigenous technology, and we are not going only for the business, but our main motto is to save a million people. We do screen the billion people. So that's the thing. So that's all about my startup, my technology, my device, and everything. Now I am open for the questions. So tech questions or a journey questions or anything anyone want to ask, then we can have a different questions. We can have a long discussion on that. So this is our 3 years journey as a startup from Gujarat, and we are not from health tech background. So many times we achieve that. Many hospitals we are going in the pilot phase of the first year. They are saying you are a engineering graduates and you don't know anything about health, but then different good-minded doctors, like-minded doctors come on board. They mentored us. They come in our boards, and then they guide us thoroughly for all the clinical validations and everything. So basically, in medical device, first you need to develop the technology. Then, before trying on a patient, you need to have a ethical committee approvals. So there are few ethical committees present in Gujarat. So we need to take the ethical committee approval with the full case study submission and what the procedure you are going to do, and it will harm the patient or not, or we need to prove everything, and then they will approve for the clinical studies, and then we have done the pilot clinical study for 6 months continuous on the different patients through the gold standard method where we have compared our device results with the breast sonography and breast mammography. And then the result will be uploaded on the CTRI body and the publications are done. And then we are allowed to manufacture this device with the different manufacturing standards and protocols and the different quality standards. For medical device, the ISO 13485 quality standards are compulsory. And then for manufacturing a device in India, we need to get a CDSCO, that is CDSCO Manufacturing License Authority of India. So that's the whole procedure for medical device development and the pathway. So always in medical device, you need to invest 1 and 2 years of R&D followed by the compliance, clinical trials, and then the manufacturing license setup and everything. And then finally you can be in the market. So that's the thing. So now I open for the questions. If you anyone have a detailed different questions, so we can talk on that. Any questions, everyone?
Mics are enabled for all the participants. You may ask questions one by one.
So basically, startup journey in every phase, it's always a roller coaster ride. Many times you are not finding a fruitful result. You always thinking that whether I am doing right thing or wrong thing. So there are lots of always. It's all about the mindset and the dedication and perseverance to do a startups. So it's a right now it's a trendy fancy word, but believe me, guys, it needs a 24/7 efforts from each and every founding team members if you want to success thoroughly in the startup. And anyone is working on the medical field and then need our advices or our help to go through all the ethical committee and everything, anytime you can ping us. You can ask her to have our mail ID and numbers, so we can happy to guide any one of you or your students particular to help in this domain. Because when we have started, the startup culture is just started in India, in Gujarat, and there is no one to guide us. So we need to do everything by ourselves. So that was one of the hurdle for the starting phase of startup. And now the different incubations which are supporting healthcare startups, different angel networks are supporting basic fundings for the MVP prototyping and the clinical validations. And there are a lot of things right now available easily. So it's good to have at least if you are having an entrepreneurial courage and mindset, so you can also be in different domains of the startup ecosystem of Gujarat and India. Next decade is for India.
I have a question.
Yes.
Sir, I have a ready-made, sir, I have ready AI model for diagnosis glaucoma, but now how should I start my startup? I have ready model for which can early diagnosis glaucoma, but it's only AI model, but I do not have knowledge about hardware and how should I start up? I do not have any kind of knowledge and from where should I get fund? So can you guide me, sir?
Okay. So basically, always startups start from the particular problem statement. So you have a problem statement, you have a solution. Then the basic procedure you need to form a company and then registered under a Startup India scheme, which is a DIPP certification you need after registration of the company, right? And that is a free of cost certification is available by Government of India, where you need to upload all your legal documents and the particular pitch deck for your concept and your idea. And then you need to in one of the healthcare or a AI care AI tech incubations from Gujarat. And they will guide you because there are a number of fundings are available from 2.5 lakhs, starting from 2.5 lakh to 20 lakhs grants, 30 lakhs grants, followed by a CCD funding up to 1 CR is available for good startups, which can prove the innovations. Okay, Gujarat. So Gujarat has a very versatile, good startup ecosystem. So first you need to register your startup. You need to have a co-founding team members, which can help you in the different aspects of the hardware and IoTs and AI as well.
Okay, sir.
And then you need to follow the same procedure, clinical trials with the ethical committee approvals. Once trials is good in the positive way, you need to register at the CTRI, that is Central Clinical and Drug Trial Registry of India. And then you need to apply for SEO. That's the simple procedure.
और सर एक दूसरा भी इसमें दिक्कत थी कि सपोज मैंने कुछ बना दिया लेकिन फिर उसमें सपोज किसी पेशेंट को रॉन्ग आइडेंटिफिकेशन हुआ और लीगल प्रॉब्लम में फंस गए तो फिर क्या करने का?
That's why the clinical validation is there. So once you do the clinical validation and your publication is published, okay, then you need to always, like our technology is 94% accurate. So less than 4 mm size of tumor we cannot able to detect. So that is already there in our clinical results and already there in our everywhere. So that is already known to the users that this is a 94% accurate device. In medical terms, any device more than 82% accuracy is enough, because there is no device present in medical device segment which is more accurate. Only a ECG machines are accurate at 99.8% efficiency or accuracy.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Do we have any other questions from the participants?
Sir, you have one device, BIA scan, right? Home device.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, so I would like to ask about that question, like what challenges you face in convincing the people to adopt it, because sometimes it is very difficult to convince the people to use such a device for such crucial diagnosis.
Yeah, that's a correct, very questions. In for second year of our production, we are always facing this device. It's a fancy product, new technology. Clinical validation is only on 100,000 patients you have done. So why we adopt this device? That's always a first question asked by the doctors when we are going to sell the device to the hospitals. Then the only startups can do is we are providing them this device for a 15 or 20 days of the trials, and then asking them to see the result by themselves. So they are always comparing this device compared to the current sono and mammography devices. And then they found that this device is used them to get more patient for their sono and mammography, because regular patient cannot do the sono and mammographies. So what right now the big hospitals and they are doing, they are using our device for their camps to do the primary early screening. And if they found the difficulty or abnormality in the patients, then they are calling them for the sonography. So this is an additional tool. So that use case is always once you are in the field, then you can able to derive this kind of use case. In the starting, we are not defining this use case, but this is now a major use case in all other things. So for startup, always a free demonstration model for a 15 or 20 days trial is always works for the startup in big hospitals. And once the big hospitals are with you, then it will be a reference that this hospital is using. So we can also try this device. It's about to mouth publicity. Then after. So first in startup, always first 10 or 15 customers are the most important customers to be on board. And you need to do maximum efforts to get these big customers. Once they are in there, then your channel reach goes on.
How much accuracy you achieved for this device?
We have achieved a 94% compared to sono and 93% compared to memo.
And in India, it is available. Like, are you this device is FDA CE approved also? Like, what kind of regulatory approvals you are working on?
In India, we need to have a regulatory approvals from CDSCO. We are having our own body. Like USA has a FDA, Europe has a CE.
Yes.
We need to get all the approvals from CDSCO. So we already have all the approvals and all the manufacturing license and everything. And for quality management system in medical devices in India, we need to have a ISO 13485. That is a quality management system for the medical devices. So there is two certificates is mandatory in India. CDSCO manufacturing certificate and the quality management certificate of ISO 13485. Followed by the clinical trials. And that clinical trial we need to register into a CTRI, that is a clinical trial research wing of India.
And sir, how you manage the false positives in the health screening, like for any of your device?
Yeah. So basically, the beauty of our technology is that if there is a cells which is abnormal, then it will absorb this. So false positive rate in our device is very less. False negative rate is 6%, but false positive rate is we can say it's nil in our technology. It's just like a thermometer. Like you have a temperature, then and then it will shows you the temperature. So it's always varies based on the technology you are working with.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like we are done with the questions. So, on the behalf of all the participants, I extend our sincere gratitude to Mr. Dhruv Patel, sir, for his enlightening and inspiring session on advancements in breast abnormality screening, integrating image processing and AI with specialized red light technology. Your insights into how emerging technologies can enhance early detection and improve patient outcomes were both highly informative and thought provoking. We deeply value the way you connected engineering, innovation, AI applications, and healthcare impact, showing us how technology can be a true enabler of social good. Your journey as a researcher, educator, and entrepreneur is truly motivating and encourages us to think about how we too can contribute to building accessible and impactful healthcare solutions. Thank you once again, Mr. Patel, sir, for sharing your knowledge and experiences with us today. We look forward to seeing your continued contributions in transforming healthcare through innovation. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Participants, hello participants, do not leave. We will start the next session as 4:45. Our next speaker, sir, will be available at 4:45. So please join us. Please join with us.
We will start the third session as per the schedule at 4:45. Participants are requested to stay connected. Welcome everyone to our third session of the day. It is my great privilege to introduce our esteemed speaker, Mr. Ashish Patel, sir, Senior AI/ML Architect at IBM India Private Limited, with more than 12 years of experience in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science. Mr. Patel has established himself as an accomplished author, data scientist, and researcher. He has over 8 years of specialized research experience in data science, AI, ML ops, automation, automation, and solutions, integrating Red Hat, OpenShift, AWS infrastructure, and IBM software technologies. His work ensures solutions are standardized with the AWS well architected framework, balancing security, performance, cost optimization, and reliability. Mr. Patel's technical expertise is vast, ranging from ML ops on AWS, deep learning frameworks, audio processing, computer vision, and large language models, LLMs, to enterprise grade AI services like Amazon Bedrock, IBM WatsonX.ai, Azure OpenAI, and NVIDIA NeMo. His strong knowledge of modern LLMs, including GPT-4 and other cutting-edge models, positions him at the forefront of AI innovation for real-world applications. Beyond his professional achievements, he is an adventurous traveler and a passionate cricket enthusiast, reflecting his well-rounded personality and zest for life. Today, he will be sharing his insights on AI agent application in healthcare, exploring how intelligent AI agents are shaping the future of patient care, medical research, and healthcare delivery. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Mr. Ashish Patel, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you have a great day. So, the journey of the AI is never start without the old innovations. And we all know that LLM is getting boom. But we have seen that with LLM, there are other keywords that are also coming in the market is RAG, then AI agents, right? And today we will explore from the history to the modern AI world to the what is AI agent, the AI agent information that you are explored on the internet. That is only the brief, but I will showcase you with the research, and I will also guide you with which way AI agents. We will also see that how it can applicable in the various domains in the healthcare system, and also give you the some one of the mature products in the industry developed by the different companies. So I will provide you the glimpse. So initially we will learn what is the what is the LLM, what is the AI agent, how AI agent works. Then we will explore a journey of the medical, like what is the importance of AI agent in healthcare, and then we will start exploring the more. And at the end, also I will provide you the some of the research topic which is right now booming in the industry, and like a lot of research will be carried out, including the nature research, which is world renowned. One journals. Okay, so allow me to showcase you the bit history. So we all know that we all know that carry old, right? So are you all guys able to see that non Chomsky screen is visible? Hello.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So I want to guide you through to some of the basic research of the NLP, right? Because we all know that like machine learning, deep learning, all the histories are around in the world, right? When what was started and everything, right? But I want to guide you through the today's history of the, especially the natural language processing, which is a backbone of the generative AI industry, right? So the history starting from the we can say that the genius processing starting from the 1950s. In the mid, we can say that it's mid 20th century, right? Which is we can say that allows you to understand the human language, right? So in 1950, Google Translator is basically known as a machine translation. Right. So, like they were Dr. Chomsky has started. So there is a little bit history about the Dr. Chomsky. Is like in 1950 when Neil Chomsky, who has revolutionized the study of the language. So personally, anyone whom you can ask, I can say that he is the father of the natural language processing. Right. Because why I'm saying this sentence, I will tell you. So in the 1950s, what Neil Chomsky he has revolutionized the study of the language with his theory of universal grammar. Right. He proposed that like like prevailing behavior is like we can say the language learning was solely the result of environment. And using the syntactical structure of the language. And in this book, he argues that the sentence could be generated by applying the set of rules, which is like which is all the called with the previous natural languages processing basis, right? So we can say that like it is nothing but set of the rules, which is generated for the particular sentence. And this book demonstrating that like complexity of the language could be understood through a finite set of principles. That was for the this book was for we can say that it's for the normal like previous natural language processing, right? So this book is we can say that this is the Bhagavad Gita of the previous natural language processing. You can see that I will share this PDF with you guys if you want to read. Okay, so one of his key argument on this book is the poverty of the stimulus, which like a position that the linguistic input available to the children is insufficient because this idea when first proposed by Chomsky, so we can say that this is one of the philosophical view of the Chomsky, right? That's why even you can see that internet encyclopedia of the philosophy. Right. So yeah. So basically, I can say that he proposed the one key argument, which is known as the poverty of stimulus, which is position that linguistic input, like whatever the linguistic input to the children, is insufficient to explain their ability to learn the complex grammatical structure. Right. So this led to the conclusion that like human are biologically equipped, we can say that like we all have the universal grammars, right? And we all are underlying under the different languages. Right? So Chomsky's theory laid the groundwork for the development of computational linguistics. Computational linguistics is like something like we want to teach the language, our human language to the computer. So this was the first step, right? And this is this groundwork development under the computational linguistics and natural language processing, and that's how this line is come as a natural language processing. And this is totally influenced by the formal grammars like which we are using in programming language and compilers, right? Compiler is also in compiler you heard the Neil Chomsky name so many times, right? So his work also like inspire in the artificial intelligence, like in neural network and understanding the generative human language. So you can say that like generating something, this idea was coming somehow from the name like Neil Chomsky, right? Alan Turing and Neil Chomsky are the founding father of the AI, sorry, NLP, right? But in a in nutshell, I can say that this was the just one era, right, where the 1950s to 1980s, But when the era was rise, right, we can see that rise of the intelligence is there, which is a large language model. We can say that all the development from the 2010 to 2020, right? So, like in deep learning and transformer architecture, which was published in 2018, but before that era, before the transformer, right? You can see that in this image. You can see that this is the evolutionary tree of the large language model. Okay, so guys, you can see that the history of the large language model. So this is contain the different type of the large language. But in 2017, the first paper was published, and that is known as a BERT. Okay, so this is one of the one of the like evolution tree. So you can see that in 2018, Ilmo was evolved. Ilmo by the AI2 company. AI2 company is one of the famous company. This company is backed by the Paul Allen, who is a founder, who is the first founder of the Microsoft, with Bill Gates. Right. So this company was evolved by founded by the Paul Allen. But this was the initial research company, right? And even I see these companies progress personally since 2018. This company is backed by the one of the giant of AI experts. And then after you can see that in 2018, BERT was evolved. Right. So the rise is very faster in GPT-1. You can see that GPT-1 was evolved, BERT was evolved. But these two branches are evolved differently. BERT is an encoder only branch and GPT-1 is a decoder only branch. So we can see that encoder only means like when I give some sentences, right, to the chat GPT kind of the model, they can understand only, but they can't respond. Respond is only yes or no or classification style. So that branch is known as a encoder only branch. So that time in 2020, BERT was equal and attention paper was published. But same time, you can see that in 2018, GPT-1 was launched by the OpenAI. So this is a separate branch which is known as a decoder only. So basically, OpenAI is focusing on the generative AI. Generative AI is like they want to generate something with the LLM model, right? So here you can see that encoder only means whatever the text you are providing to the LLM model, they can understand but not respond to you. Respond in the form of like which kind of the sentence is positive, negative, or neutral, something like that. Right? So we can say that normal it's a classification style. And in decoder only, this is like a generative model. Generative means it can generate something. So I will also come to that as well. But before that, I will also bring your attention to what he is like. This is a two branches. So I have something which is previously I had taken a session on that. So I will showcase that as well. Right. So here we can see that generative branches. Right. But I want to explain you what is the encoder only meaning is. So in encoder only, let's say you are providing one sentence, right? The teacher filling the student, right? So filling the blanks. So in that mask, so we can say that let's say this is the mask, right? Okay. So here you can see that this is a mask. Mask means you consider that there is a blank space between the teacher and the student, right? So when you want to fill this kind of information with a model, right? Model is we can say that like you want to fill the information. This type of the model known as an encoder only, right? Encoder means like masking model. You can say that mask language model. Right. So these like BERT kind of the model or encoder only model also known as mask language model, MLM. Right. You can see that mask language model. Okay. And this is basically used in the form of like whatever the text you are providing. It is giving the sentiment. It is identifying the name in the particular sentence, or it is giving the word classification. These are the different use cases which is used. You can see that BERT and Roberta. Right. So this is a something basic that right. This is a mask language models. And the second type, which is a GPT-1. This is known as a auto regressive language. Right, you can see. So in auto regressive model, this is a different type, right? But this main purpose is to generate the text. So whatever, so let's say you are just giving the two sentences, two words, the teacher, then blank space. So it is generating teacher teaches the student. So this is generating or predicting the next token. You can see. Yeah, you can see that it is generating and predicting the next. That means it's a decoder only. Decoder means it is generating the text by understanding the text which you have provided or whatever the instruction you have given. Right. So you have given the only the two word, and after it has generated this. Right. So this is the output which is known as a next token. So mathematically it is what. So right, and it is known as a probabilistic model, or we can also say that it's a casual language model, or we can also tell them is like an auto-regressive model. Right, so there are multiple types. And this is also known as Bloom. Bloom is one of the model which is widely famous around this because it is also the auto-regressive model. So this is fundamental of large language model. If you know these two model type, then you can also understand the third type, which is a combined model. You can see now we can combine and how ChatGPT was built. Okay, so in combine, what happened? Whatever the input you are giving. So let's say I like whatever the sentence you are giving, right? Right. So and these text we can mask, right? So what happened here? So you can consider encoder only model as a natural language understanding. Like your LLM model is understanding your text, right? And giving you the only option is like name, something classification category or sentiment. And decoder only is something you can consider is a natural language generation, NLU and NLG, right? So NLG is nothing but right now we can see that the model, right, which is known as a decoder only models, right? Now the view I want to give is when we are just binding these two, encoder only and decoder only. So like whatever the tags we are providing to the LLM model, LLM model can understand that. So that part is known as a natural language understanding. And next part where you can say that like please provide some example like that. That is known as a natural language generation, right? So let's say you are provide some article to the LLM model and it is generating the summary for us. So article understanding is a part of natural language understanding. And from that, you can say the LLM model is can you please generate the summary? Then it can generate the summary for us. That is known as a natural language generation part. So ChatGPT is a full package of, you can say that this modern ChatGPT, Gemini, then Kimi.ai, Quen, there are a lot of models out there, right? They are known as like a encoder decoder only models, right? So that's how this branch was evolved. And these are the some of the use cases, like you can do the translation, question answering and all. Okay. Okay, so these are the some of the basic things that I want you can explore. So yeah. Okay, so this is the basic. Now let's back to the again that branch. Okay, so now you understand, right? So here you can see that the encoder only, decoder only branch. So now these are all the model which can only encode the text and give you the output in form of classification, name entity recognition, or you can say that like it give you the in terms of the sentiment or in label format. So we can say the encoder only is probabilistic model, decoder only also is a probabilistic model because every model is work based on the probability, like how many chance of the particular word to come after the particular word, right? So here you can see that encoder only branch was equal first. Then after Google started to explore this merge branch first time, and then how they come to their plan model, right? T5 and T5 switch. These all are the previous model. BART was the first model, and even Meta has started to work on that, right? So that's how this merge branch was going. But you can see that decoder only branch is getting so much exposure, and with multiple model. I told you right, blue model is there, Sparrow, ChatGPT 4, which is the latest one. Bard is also come with this variant, which were previously Bard means like it's a Gemini. Okay, Bard is a Gemini. Then also Llama, you can see Jurassic 2, which is AI 21 company's model. Then Galantic, there are a lot of, you can see Chinchilla and all. This is from the DeepMind, Google DeepMind, right? So these branches basically the evolution tree of the large language model. So without knowing this, I no any single researcher can go ahead with it. Okay. So this is the basic of this. Now let's get back to the topics. So I was talking about the history, right? So I told you is like there are a branch was good, right? So like you can say that like this is a deep learning and transform architecture evolution of NLP, right? In 2018, OpenAI introduced the GPT-1 and GPT-2 and GPT-3. We demonstrate the remarkable capabilities to generating the tokens, right? Generating the text generation, we can say that, and comprehension, which is a GPT-1 and twice showcased already, right? And accept this, we can see that like there is a lack of data set issues, right? And this model was trained on the vast amount of the data. We could say that like it is generate the comprehensive essay, answer the question, even it can write this poetry for us, શાયરી for us, and it can making a significant leap in our NLP domain, right? So these are the these we can say that this is before 2020. But after 2020, obviously we can see that like every new model successor is coming every year, right? But after 2020, there is a gap was found. Gap is like every LLM model is limited of the statistical knowledge, right? So researcher introduced a new approach that is known as a RAG, right? RAG is very famous. When we just type the RAG, and when we can see that RAG was getting popular. RAG. Okay, you can see that this is the first paper contain the 11,000 citations. Okay, this is the first paper which was cited at the time. Sorry, you can see bit blur, but I will open that paper as well. So this paper first time introduced the RAG. You can see it is coming from the Facebook. Okay, so what was the concept behind the RAG and why it is evolved? So as I told you, right? Researcher has recognizing the some limitations of static knowledge in LLM, right? So we got the messages like your I was trained in a I will showcase you that message so you can also remember that the command chat message we all seen these messages, right? Previously, when we had started exploring the ChatGPT. I apologize for the inconvenience, but my knowledge is limited to the information available up to January 2022. Right. So this is one of the problem, research problem, because fine-tuning LLM model every time is a costlier itself. Right, and these limitations is widely recognized by the researcher, right? So researcher introduced the RAG to integrate the external information retrieval, right, into the generation process. So this approach basically, what these approaches do, this approach allow the models to access up to date, and we can say the latest information, right, and domain specific knowledge. Domain specific is like whatever like a data you want to provide to the LLM model, so you can provide that from external way, right? And this approach allow the model to up to date information fetching, and also it can help us to reducing the hallucination, reducing the error, and also it can give us the improving the latest information, right? So we can say that like let's say RAG has been employed in the medical diagnosis system, right, to provide the accurate and current information for the clinical decision making. So that time, up-to-date information is much needed, right, for the medical kind of the use cases or for healthcare kind of the use cases. So that's how after 2020, RAG was getting boom, But problem with the rag is giving the latest information only. Till that till that rag is we can say that rag is only provides information. We can say that it's external information, right? But in the way that like if you want to perform any task, right? So after 2020, even after the rag, we can see that like building upon the LLM and rag, AI agent have evolved to perform the complex tasks like autonomously, right? Because AI agent, what agent can do, right? So any agent is working behind the scene is like it can take the actions for you. So let's say you want to do the automated email, right? Automated email is something which is we can say that like automating email entire process. So let's say I will give one example. So let's say I want to automate my email system, right? So at the end of the day, I will connect my email system with my AI agent system. And my just imagine the ChatGPT is my AI agent. I connected my ChatGPT with my MCP server Gmail. Okay, now what I will tell the my AI agent is, can you please provide me the like most important email coming today? So what it can do is like it is come with my all the like today's email which is important to me. Then it can summarize for me is like this is important and also set the priority. This is one that it is providing this most important, least important, something like. And then after I will tell my and like agent is like, can you please draft the email for me and send the email to all of them, and whatever the matter I will provide to my agent. So that way we can do whole process automated, right? Because human intervention is needed, right? It will not like as a AI engineer or as an expert, I can't say that like we can make entirely autonomous system. Reason is only if AI agent can do the mistake, who will be responsible? So that's how responsible AI, ethical AI is coming to the picture. So human in loop is one of the method where we can just provide our input when agent is asking. So we can say that like, please do this task or please don't do this task, something like that. So control is needed over that, right? So that's how these AI agent will be controlled, right? So this is one of the example that I want to give you. But yeah, this industry is getting the boom in this way, right? So now come to this AI agent in the healthcare. So guys, my name is Ashish Patel. I left the IBM. Thank you, sir, for good introduction. And right now I'm working as a senior principal architect. As for the domain of AI/ML and data science at Oracle. So we have already seen that the history of the AI agent, right? But when we are facing this simple problem with no simple answer, right? We and you, right? You all often need to follow the several steps. We are thinking carefully, right? We are thinking carefully, step by step. We try to remember what you have already tried and what already tried, right? So these LLM agents are working in the same way. LLM agents are basically designed for like exactly the kind of the human mind is thinking, right? So what we are generally doing is we are initially analyze the data, like whatever. Let's say you want to take an decision. So before that, you decide like, okay, you want to understand, you want to buy any mobile, right? So what would be your first step? You are trying to analyze how this phone is all about. You're exploring the YouTube videos, you read the reviews and something like that, right? So that is part known as a data analysis. So we are analyzing all the data to understand like what is all about. So how is the phone and everything? What is the review? What is the people's experience? Something like that. That data we are gathering. Then we are strategically planning, is that fulfilling my needs or is there any issue? So we are planning for that process, right? So this is our thinking process, like how we are starting to explore this, right? To about any domain. So this is our thinking process, and AI agent is inspired from the human mind, right? So agent is also working with this. Then after like a strategic planning, AI agent is doing retrieve the like required information. So let's say you come, you know that like, okay, phone is good right now. So you are gathering more information. It's like, okay, I want more information about it. So you visit the store you will just get that like, okay, is it fitting my budget and everything. And basis on the people past action or basis on the people reviews and all, we are taking our actions as well, right? And basis on the past action, we can learn from someone and we can learn from our past action is like, okay, this fitting in my process, so now my action is to take the decision to buy a particular phone or right. So these way LLM agent are also designed for exactly those kind of the situation, not exactly the particular, but yeah, from the different kind of the situations in the language model applications, right? Especially in the healthcare and this kind of the domain industry. And they are combined through the data analysis, strategy planning, data retrieval, and their ability to run basis on the past action, right? So these like basis on the past action, AI agent are taking the decision, right? But that past action is like we are training in LLM model as well, right? And that reinforcement. Am I able, like, hello?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. All participants' mics are right now mute. So
Okay.
During the question and answer session, we will turn on the mic, sir.
Sure, sure, sure. Okay. Okay. So my last sentence was like AI agent is combining this all the process, data analysis, strategy, data retrieval, and learning from the past action. And basis on that action, we are providing the feedback, and basis on that feedback, it can improve that decision process, right? So here we can see that. So I from here I will go. I will help you to understand that what is all about the AI agent and what is the different component of that AI agent, right? So first of all, let's understand what are the LLM agents, right? Why I'm calling it LLM agents, because AI word is a very big umbrella, and whatever we are building around it, that is based on the LLM, right? So that's why I called it an LLM agent. So what is LLM agent? So on the screen you can see that, right? There are different pictures, but what is the fundamental definition of LLM? LLM agent. So I can say that like LLM agent are the advanced AI system, right? We can say that advanced AI means generative AI system, right? Which is designed for creating creating a complex text that needs to sequential reasoning. Sequential reasoning is like, let's say you provide the ability to process and generate the text in logical sequence, right? And they can think ahead, right? They can think ahead and remember the past conversation basis on that. And also it can use a different tools to adjust their responses, like let's say I will tell the any, let's say there is a chatbot built by bank, okay, now I will tell my that bank chatbot, especially for the syncing with my account, I will tell them my chatbot is like, can you please give me the how many loan interest till that I have provided to the bank. So for these tasks, we have to create the SQL query, right? And then after that query will be like a fire on the database, and database return us the view, right? A table of information. But what here AI agent can do is AI agent is utilizing the tool. Sorry. Here you can see that AI agent is utilize the tool. Right, you can see that AI. What AI agent can do is AI agent utilize this tool. So here tool is a database, right? Database or API services which we are calling for this database service. So just remember right now for memory as a database, and our tool is called when we are just asking them to do something. So right here I ask the database like, okay, I want some loan interest, how much loan interest I paid to the bank till now, right? So when I ask something, it is calling to the any tool, and this tool is connected with the memory, right? Past interaction, or we can say that anything that's stored into the our DBMS system database, and these they come with some answer, right? Some query answer. So this tool and between the memory, our AI system is convert that normal text into the SQL queries, right? So whenever our question come here to here, right? So our question going from here to here in between, our normal text converted into the SQL query. So that's why we call it a text to SQL, right? And this is evolved and this query will be fired over here, and then after whatever the answer is coming from the memory, it is provided to the LLM model. Then LLM draft the proper response to us, and basis on that, this whole process. Right. So these are known as a different component. Okay. So this is basically the system, LLM agent system, how it works, right? But let's consider one question. Consider the legal field question, right? Because legal field need much of this. So what are the possible, like we can ask one question is like, what are the potential legal outcome of the specific type of contract breach in California, right? So here consider the scenario of house, okay? So the basic LLM with a retrieve augmented system can we easily fetch the needed information from the legal database, right? Because I already tell you about this AI agent, right? But with the RAG, can we do that, right? So yes, we can do that with the RAG system. Here you can see that. Consider this scenario as like like, because what happened? Like answer of this patient is basically like we can say that like a data privacy law come under this, right? So in the light of like a new data privacy law in California, we can say that like what are the common legal challenges company face and how have the court addressed these issues, right? So we can see that like this question we dive deeper about just looking on the fact about this. Right. So like the first challenge, we can say that like they can like it can about understanding the new rules. So let's say in California, first of all, we have to tell the AI, like our AI agent system is like the first rule we have to understand what is the fundamental rules of particular legal system, right? How they affect the different companies, right? Different companies and what courts have said about it. So we have to explore the previous cases that court has provided the decisions, right? But with a simple RAG system, let's say you are just putting this all the system, right? New rules document or the whatever the new rules coming out from the government, that document also previous cases provided by the courts, and these all the system, and let's say we can design one RAG system, right? So we can design, let's say we can design basic RAG system, and so these are the possible consequences like monetary like it can happen the monetary damage, specific performance issues is also there, and also these like cancellation of the contract, releasing all the parties from the obligations. These kind of issues can potential issues can raise. So these three is a common issues that generate, right? But this information is not like a update with the LLM model, right? So for providing this information, we are utilizing generally a simple RAG system. But with the simple RAG system, I told you, right? Like the simple RAG system, you are just providing this all information to the RAG. So RAG is nothing but you can utilize a vector database where you are just converting normal text into the numeric representation. Right. So normal text to numeric representation, we are using embedding layer, right? Like you can just use the embedding models. Embedding models is what it can do is like it can convert your normal text into the numeric representation, and that numeric representation vector database stored inside that, right? So that's how RAG is working. So for this legal company, designing the RAG system is a better solution, right? Where we are just integrating this RAG system. But RAG system is like with something which is like what is the deeper analysis, right? So for deeper analysis, we have to integrate the LLM agent. We can which can do the sequential reasoning is like, okay, it can go through all the cases, it can explore the previous memories, it can explore the like whatever the legal potential cases and question was raised by the previously and what is its contextual adoption. These all the process will be done with AI agent. AI agent is not directly give you the answer, it can take some time. Latency is high of AI agent. But yeah, definitely whatever the answer you will get, that is near real time. Can say that. Right. So so we can say that it is come up with basically the four component. So AI agent system. So we can say that LLM agent or AI. So AI agent build with these four component. First component is agent itself, brain, or we can say that LLM model, right? So over here, this agent brain is known as a LLM model, right? Then planning part. Planning is like before taking any decision or something, LLM model planning itself. So I will showcase you ahead like what is the planning element. Then memory. Memory part is also equally important. And tool to use, like which tool AI agent have used to provide the particular answer. So now let's come into the first component, that is AI agent brain, right? So basically we can say that like AI agent or the brain, right? So at the core, right? At the core of any AI agent, this is built with LLM, large language models, right? So LLM agent is basically the language model. We can say that, or we can say that action model. Why action model? Because it help to process the data and understand the language by analyzing the vast amount of the data, right? So basically, LLM model help us to process and understand the language based on the vast amount of data, which is it trained on, right? Second part, you can see that prompt guidance, right? So when you use an LLM agent, right? So let's say you are trying to start using a LLM agent. So that LLM agent, you start by giving it some specific prompt, right? So prompt is nothing but the way of interacting with a large language model, right? So it guides us, or we can say that like prompt is very crucial things. It guides us the agent on how to respond. So let's say your agent is working on this. So you can see that it helps us to agent to respond with a particular thing. So we can say that like it guide the agent on how to respond, what tool to use, and for particular goal. So like for particular goal that agent have to aim to achieve during the interactions, right? So it is like giving the interaction to the particular we can say that it is a particular navigator before the journey is started, right? This is something like that. And a customization. Customization is like AI agent is tailored with a lot of persona. Right. We can say that like we can customize the agent with a specific persona. Right. Let's say you can give the agent is like, can you please act as a customer support agent, or can you act as a researcher, provide me something like that. So we can also give this kind of instruction to the AI agent. Right. So it can perform particular role. This means like we are just setting up the agent with a certain characteristic and expertise that make it a better suitable for the particular task. So for research purpose, let's say you are just providing the research related instruction and provide some tools, and it is providing some research related task and it can perform for you. Right. So like it's about tuning the agent to perform the particular task. Right. That's how we are just providing the persona, particular task, and particular interaction, which perform the particular task as per the persona. Persona means the roles, which roles you want to give to the LLM model, right? So here we can see that like this is a combined advanced processing technique, right? Which can ability to customize and customize like a particular feature to effectively handle and adapt to various tasks effectively. This is on the interaction level. So this is the first thing, like component. Component is come with the like AI agent brain is processing three things. One is it use LLM model. We are using the prompt to provide the instruction, and we can customize as per the need of that. So we are just designing the brain by providing the prompt, instruction, persona, and tool, like which tool you have to use and something like that. Okay, now second one is a memory, right? So memory of LLM agent. So here you can see that I explained the two memory, right? So I will so the memory of the LLM agent help us to handle the complex task, right? So handle the complex task like with a record of what we done before, right? And what is like what information we require right here. So basis on the research, it has categorized in the two way. One is a short term memory and second one is a long term memory. You can see that here. short-term memory and long-term memory, right? So short-term is like this is like agent's notepad. You can say that it's agent's notepad where it is quickly write down important detail during a conversation, and it keep a tracks of ongoing discussion like is what is happening, what conversation is going on, and it's also helping the model to respond, right? Helping the model to respond to the immediate context. Like this is the last context that we have discussed, and this is on that immediate context. Our model is responding. So I will give you the one example. So let's say we have a customer support chatbot, right? So customer support chatbot. I'm talking about short-term memory. Okay. So customer support chatbot, during the conversation, you mentioned that I need assistant with my recent order. Okay, you have mentioned that I need assistant for my recent order. Okay, you have mentioned that sentence to the chatbot. Now chatbot uses short-term memory to remember this detail, and within the ongoing session, however, like once the chat ends, this information is not retained for the future interaction, but for a particular conversation, it is formulated that like okay, like whatever the user say, I have to keep it storage for a particular session. Right. So session-based storage is known as you can say that cache memory, something like which is short-term memory we are using. Redis kind of database we are using for these approaches, short-term memory. Right. Now let's say talking about the long-term memory. Right. So think of this as agent diary. Long-term memory is just remember that it's a long-term diary where storing the inside information that from the past interaction over the week or over the month, right? That we are just storing. So this is basically this isn't just about holding the data, right? It's about like understanding the pattern from that data and learning from the previous task. Like let's say you have stored a lot of things in your diary, right? And also you storing some conversations, previous like important notes, right? So this isn't about like we can say that holding it. It's about like understanding the pattern, like what previous task we have done, what or in the way that like you want to recall something previously. That kind of the things we stored in the long-term memory, right? So for these, let's say we can take an example of the virtual healthcare assistant, right? So you can remember your medical history, or you can remember your medical history, but chatbot not, right? So for that, we have to connect this kind of the long-term memory with that virtual assistant, healthcare assistant. So that healthcare assistant may remember your medical history, right? Because in medical it is very important, right? So like medical history, and let's say we can consider this scenario where your medical history should remembered by your virtual assistant, such as like a patient has a history of hypertension, right? Even if you are haven't interacted with the assisted that particular virtual assistant of the healthcare, still it can recall these information to provide tailored advice and like a suggestion the blood pressure monitoring for the particular situation in the situation of hypertension or something like that, right? So that's how this long-term memory is very important. So by blending these two type of the memory, right? Because what happened, AI agent can decide itself. So we are just blending these two memory, and our AI agent can keep up-to-date conversation, like it tap into the rich history of the interaction that we have previously done. And this means like it can offer the tailored responses. Like it's remember the previous conversation, like a preference time over the preference time or whatever the conversation you have done with that particular AI agent, right? And it is essential, right? So this second component is very essential, right? For the agent is like building or understanding that help it serves you better in each interactions. So that's how this is important. So by combining this, we can say that when we are just combining these two kind of scenario, right? Long term and short term. Let's take one example is like virtual shopping assistant scenario, where short term memories might like track your current browsing session, notice it like you have purchased in the rate race, or let's say you purchasing a rate set, something like. And in long-term memory could store your past preferences, like what previously you have bought, your user preferences of the, let's say, cotton fabric or something that you have purchased. So when you return, the assistant can suggest red cotton dress or combining both memory types for the personalized experience of yours. So these memory is very important in terms of the companies as well, which is provide you the better experience at the personal level, right? So these is how the future technology will work. Okay. So this is the second component, memory come into the two ways, short term and long term. Now the third component is a planning part, right? So planning part is basically the core thing of AI agent, right? So main purpose of the planning is nothing but the it's a thought process, step by step thought process, right? So through planning, any agent can reason. Reason means it can reason like break down the complicated task into the smaller and more manageable part and develop the specific plan. You can see that over here, plan formulations, right? So with the help of that, we can plan we have to decompose a task or directly we want to reflect that, right? So as a task evolve, right? When task is evolved, every task evolve with a reflect on, right? Agent can also reflect on, or also it adjusts their plans basis on the need, right? So let's say you in human interaction you have provided something and agent have to take that step back, right? So these kind of the scenario in real world situation is happening. So making sure they stay relevant to the real world situation. So that's how we have to make the plan for the particular situation. So as a task evolve, agent can also reflect on and adjust their plans, right? So in real world situation, we can just define these LLM agent breakdown complex plan, right? But this is defined in the two stages. One is a plan formulation and second is a plan reflection. Right, you can see that plan formulation and plan reflection. So in short, I can say that like what is the plan formulation and plan reflection, right? So first of all, let's talk about the plan formulation, right? So plan formulation is like during the stage of the plan formulation, agent breakdown. You can see that this step is a plan formulation, right? So we are just breaking down the large task into the smaller subtask, right? So let's say we have a one task. Okay, I will give you the example as well. But here in this task decomposition, I can say that this is breaking down into this method. Like it is using this method: chain of thought, tree of thought, simple path, and multi-path. These are the most widely used method during this, right? So like some task decomposition approach suggests like creating the plan at once, right? So plan at once. So for that time we are using single path. So in single try, it can decide everything, follow the step by step procedure, right? Other type is like we have to think of step by step procedure, chain of thought, right? Chain of thought which can so basically like a chain of thought recommend more adaptive strategy. Why? Because where agent tackle the subtask one by one, so that time chain of thought is work better at efficiency level. And tree of thought is also the one of the things. I will showcase you in detail in the next slide. But I want to give you the basic brief of this all. And tree of thought. Tree of thought is basically the another approach which is similar like a chain of thought, but its structure of approaching the problem is like a tree style, right? It is a COT technique, but like it takes a COT technique and further exploring different paths to solve that problem. So different paths is like different branches, you can say, and it is break the problem into the several steps, which can generate the ideas for each step, where we are just arranging them into the different branches. I will showcase you. You can see that over here. Right. Here you can see that we have defined this in the two approach. One is a single path reasoning and multi-path reasoning. Right, single path reasoning and multi-path reasoning. So these are two methods which is follow the hierarchical approach and the structure plans. You can see that hierarchical approach and the structure plan, step by step reasoning. Right, this called is the structure plan. So it's to do the reasoning as well. Right. So hierarchical approach and structure plan like a decision tree do. Right. So you can see that over here as well. Decision trees also work on this way. We consider all the possible options before finalizing the plan. So LLM AI agent is exploring these all the plans is what is a possible solution for this particular problem or for a particular task. So it is do the divide and conquer kind of approach, right? And LLM agent can generate the knowledgeable like generally in as like LLM agent are generally knowledgeable, right? Because sometimes what happened is struggle with a particular task that requires a specialized knowledge. Right, but integrating these agents with a domain-specific planner has proven to improve their performance. So let's say for a particular domain, right? So let's say in mathematical quiz, you can integrate some mathematical reasoning step. So if you are asking directly, if you are asking directly to the LLM model, what is a 2 plus 2? That time it is providing the answer for. But when you are asking complex mathematical problem, so for that it is providing definitely the answer, but sometimes it's do the mistake. But let's say if you tell that like please do reasoning steps, and then you can provide the answer. So step by step procedure give you the more understanding like okay how LLM model think, right? So that's how these single path reasoning and multi path reasoning is come into the picture. So in broader term, I will say that like single path reasoning is allow the agent in a single linear sequence. You can see in the single linear sequence of the step to arrive at the particular solution. So last step would be the solution. So let's say there is a one example we can take is like let's say calculate the total cost of 3 books price at 150 each, right? So LLM agent, what LLM agent should do is like in sequence. First of all, it is provide the 1 book price is 150 rupees. Okay, 3 book each, right? So first step would be it can identify okay 1 book is for the 150 rupees. That was the first step. Second step is it multiply price by number of books. 150 multiplied 3 is equal to 450, right? And then now it come to the conclusion. So first step is like 3 books. Like first 1 book is a 150 rupees. Then it calculates 3 book is there, so it's a 450. And then final conclusion is like okay, the total cost is 450. So this is known as a single path reasoning. Okay, and that's how this called is. So like single path reasoning use cases like we can use arithmetic calculation, simple factual queries like database queries or some task is which is direct and clear answer. You want a clear answer. And the advantage of this is like it is a quick and efficient for a like a straightforward problem which require the less computation, right? But limitation is like it is not suitable for the more complex and ambiguous, like a more like ambiguous task, like ambiguous task is like where the more reasoning is needed. More reasoning is needed, right? And limitation is not like a lack of flexibility in handling unexpected scenarios. Sometimes whatever you are providing the complex case, so on that scenario it is not working well, right? And in multi-path reasoning, right? In multi-path reasoning is like involve explore like it's explore the multiple potential solutions for the path. So you can see that in over here, let's say we have provided the prompt. You can see that it explores the branch 1, branch 2, branch 3. So these are possible step, and like it can also evaluating each, right? And these approach is basically beneficial for the complex and ambiguous task where like a single path may not. So disadvantage of this is resolved with the multi-path reasoning, right? So I will take one example for this. Even this is also the like a tree of thought, right? Tree of thought is also the part of this, and this is a chain of thought. But this is for the zero sort, and this is for the multi-sort. Zero sort is like a single example, right? Question answer normal. That is known as a zero sort. Like you are not providing any information directly. You are asking the question to the LLM model. That is known as zero sort. But you are providing 2-3 examples to the LLM model, and then after you are asking the question, so that is known as a multi-sort example, right? So over here, I will take one example is like let's say we want to determine the best route for particular delivery from Ahmedabad to Surat. Consider the traffic, distance, and road conditions, right? So this is something like the complex reasoning, right? So here, what would be the reasoning process? So let's say we can say that via National Highway 48, direct route, moderate traffic, good conditions, right? This is a path 1, or you consider this path 1. Second one is let's say we can take a state highway 41, longer distance, heavy traffic, right? And roadworks is reported by the different travelers. And third route is the rural roads, like a shortest distance, minimal traffic, but poor road conditions. Right. So there is a three possible solution to reach to the Surat. Right. Now, what AI agent can do, AI agent is evaluating and assessing these all paths. Whatever the path we have provided, it can assess. And basis on that, it provides a conclusion that it can select the path one for the optimal balance of the time and road conditions, right? So these are the these are the example, real world example we can consider as a route planning and navigation system, right? Planning, basic kind of planning is used on multipath is used for this kind of use case. Another is like complex decision making scenarios, right? Task requiring evaluation in multiple factors, right? On these kind of scenarios it is also working. And what is the advantage of this system? So advantage is like it's provide a comprehensive analysis of all the options, right? For all the steps, this step one, step two, step three. So all the three routes, right? National highway 48, 41, and rural areas. These are the examples. And second advantage is like we can also add up to changing the condition and new information, right? So when new information you can add, it is also taking the decision basis on that. But there is a limitation, right? Limitation is it is taking a lot time, right? Because when you are just providing and it exploring the multiple options, obviously it is taking a lot time to time, like it is taking a lot time to take the decision, and also it utilizes more resource, more computation power, right? So resource intensive we can say that, and it's requires a lot of data sources from the internet, or it's requires a lot of knowledge, right? So that's how, because lot of knowledge comes with a lot of good solution, more granular and more powerful solution. That's how the second branch is comes. So this is known as a planning formulation. So how LLM model is planning. Okay. Now next is a planning reflection. Now let's say this all information was gathered. What next? So here you can see that planning in the 2020 in 23 ICLR in like right international conference of language reasoning. Linguistic, I don't know exact the name of this, but this is very famous conference, and in that conference this paper was published. React, synergized reasoning and acting, and that's how this second step was come, plan reflection. So this step was done in a two-step, right? So here it's known as a React prompt. React prompt consists of the few short task involvement. So here you can see that when you are just providing reason only, so it is taking only reasoning traces. But this is part is only do the reasoning task. Reasoning task unit is only thinking about this last step. And this step is like acting. Acting is like basis on the reasoning for the particular environment. Now these agent have to take the decisions. Right? Acting is like it have to perform something. Right? So here you can see that LLM model getting better at reasoning and acting. Right? So we can also design the prompt like that as well. You can see that this different prompt, right? You can see here the different prompt. Right. So I will tell you what is a React prompt basically. Re means reasoning, act means acting. That's how it's match up and become a React. Right. So it is considered a few short task solving trajectories, like which human written text, reasoning traces, and actions. Like it is considered as some human example. Right. So I will directly provide you the result analysis. Here you can see that. But before that, I will tell you like you can fine tune. React has fine tuned our LLM, like providing the prompt limitation context window, right? And some learning support we can also provide it. Fine tuning result, particularly especially on the particular question answer data set. So they are using the question answer data set like hotpot QA. This is one of the data set that this React model was tested, right? And this React prompting trajectory suggests us the two things. One is like a based fine tuning format across the model size, like all the model. You can see over here, right? You can see. And this React is performing well in all the type of the model. 540 billion size model, it works well. 62 billion model size is works well. So let's say your model size is very big, and you want a like particular kind of reasoning and acting step. You can utilize this React prompting method, right? So this is like a for smaller model, it's outperform prompted to the large model. But exactly what why we call this a react prompting? React prompting is a contain the technique that LLM model should think first. Think is like step by step reason, and then in the form of acting, it have to perform the actions like searching, calculating, and interacting with external tools, like whatever the external tools we can provide. Right. Then after it have to observe. Observe is like whatever the output is coming. Right. Here you can see that the observation is there. So whatever output is coming out of that, that it have to observe. Right. So that is known as the outcome of these actions. So whatever the actions it has taken, we have to observe that. And then this process is getting iterate. Iterate is the process of like until the satisfactory solution we are not getting, till that this process is constantly iterate itself. So this approach is combine the strength of reasoning, acting, and it allow the LLM model to handle the complex task with more effectively, right? So this is one scenario. But in the real world scenario, we can take that example is like online shopping assistant, right? So let's say you are online shopping assistant. Also, we can take this example as well. So here you can see that we can take one question is like, aside from the Apple remote, what other device can control the program Apple remote was originally designed to the interact with, right? So this is something like Apple companies remote related stuffs, right? So standard response is iPad. You can use iPad to interact with the Apple devices, right? But you can see that this is a standard output. Let's say we want a reasoning. So let's think step by step. So if you are trying to reason this question step by step, right? So Apple remote was originally designed to interact with the Apple TV only, right? Apple TV can control by iPhone, iPad, and right iPad, iPhone, and iPods, right? So answer is iPhone, iPad, and iTouch. But you can see when you are asking direct question, it is giving you the simple answer. But when it reason, it is improve the reasoning. And now let's say we can go for the next. So let's say first it is exploring that Apple remote, right? Let's say you asking about Apple remote. So first it will observe that Apple remote is a remote control, right? Introduced by Apple. Second, it is now see that like could not find any front row similar answer, right? Then it is going for the software testing. Front rows is also discontinued media. So this way it is stop and observe the different list of the actions which were taken at here with this process. Now with the React, how it works, you can see that your thought is I need to search. So this question, now how React is working. Okay, so React is working in this way. So first of all, it thought, it can thinking about like I need to search the Apple remote and find the program it was originally designed to interact with, right? So it is searching Apple remote. So it get this information like, okay, Apple remote is controlled, introduced October 2005 by Apple, originally designed for the control for the TV, right? These information was found. So this is the first action, okay? First thought is that. Second thought is like Apple remotes were originally designed to the control and something, but he is not getting the answer. So couldn't find, and we can see that, right? Third is like something like the okay, front row is already answered. I need to search another information as well. So front row is also discontinue the particular data source which is not giving you the answer. And fourth is like it is find that like okay, Apple remote is a keyboard function key, and this way it is finish the whole thought process, right? So this is how Apple is, and final answer is something like that. Okay, iPhone, iPad, and iPod Touch, something like that. Okay, so this is basically the example. But in real world scenario, how it works. So let's say there is a one online shopping assistant that you want to interact with, right? So scenario is like user want to buy a pair of wireless headphones under the 5,000 with a good battery life. Okay, so how agent will start planning, reflecting about it is like I need to find a wireless headphone under the 5,000 with a good battery life, right? So it is search action, right? Even nowadays we are doing with Chat GPT. This I will showcase you live. Mm, it's okay. So mm, let's create this scenario. So I will ask the Kimi. I want a headphone under the files also. INR. Okay, let's see how it works. So this is working on. You can see that it requires the. It has a list of all the resources. Now it is thinking. Right, it is thinking about this all the resources, and now you can see that it has started responding after fetching all them. So internally, you can see it has come up with a list of all the resources by exploring these all the resources from the web. So this is a similar like that the scenario that we have captured. Right, so you can see that base headphone under the 5000 is Soundcore Q20, Sony WSCH 520, right? And also it can provide you the resources. You can see you can explore the resource where it is fine. And this way, agent is thinking. Okay, so this way, agent is thinking this scenario. Okay, this is a planning. Right. So what agent is thinking is I need to find wireless headphone under the 5000 with a good battery life. Right. So it can take a search on the internet and provide the observations like there is a list of products. Second thought it can do is like I should filter this result to find the best options. Right. So it sort the list by battery life and prices. Right. So it can also observe. Third scenario it can do is like then after it can identify the top products that meet the criteria of the user which is asking, and then after it can present in front of us, right? So this is known as a single hope answer. Single hope answer is like straightforward, it can see and it can provide the answer. In also there is a scenario of multi hope as well. Multi hope scenario we can say that like you are asking the question, right? Apple remote scenarios, right? And it can thinking step by step and taking the action, but sometimes it is not work in a three or four in a one branch scenario. We can thinking on for the multiple branch of the reasoning. That's how this react processes work. Okay. So I will like provide this in very brief because it's take a lot of time. Really? Okay. So this reflection, like plan, what is the planned reflection first of all? So the challenge with a large language model are often used to interact with the things like games or the API services, right? So when we are just interacting with games and any API services to achieve like a specific goal, right? Here you can see that this is a scenario where the reflection will execute, right? So whatever we are observing and whatever we are connecting with the different real world resources, right? Things like games and API to achieve specific goal. Traditional method for teaching this model is like a trial and error we are doing. Take a lot of time and just expensive. These are the very expensive, which is needed turn off the trainings and finding. And then it can do the planning of these kind of reflexes, right? But sorry, that is a real world problem. And then how this paper is come into the picture is like a reflection is a new approach where language, so like language agent do the verbal reinforcement learning. So what reflection is basically its approach instead of teaching the model by updating its internal working, model learn from the user feedback. User say like, okay, you have to do this way, not this way. So user provide the feedback. So that's how it's called a human in loop, right? So user provide the feedback by thinking and talking about agent mistakes. So right, so and this way we are just improving the performance of the particular model, right? So after completing the agent completing the task, model reflect on particular things went wrong and what didn't, right? So then we are just so like our agent will store those thoughts in the memory, and this way it can improve its future decisions. Like, okay, I had done the mistake of that place. In future, whenever something coming like that, I don't have to do something like this, right? But Now let's say how reflect is working. So how this thought process is. So it is using a feedback mechanism, right? It is using the types of feedback mechanism, right? So in feedback mechanism, you can see that external feedback is coming, internal feedback is coming. This is a two type of the feedback it can use. It can get the feedback in the different forms, right? Sometimes it's like a simple number, or sometimes it's like a full of sentences, right? In this example, you can see that sometimes it's a simple like a simple sentence. Sometimes you are providing not this number, something this number, like that, right? And like a source of feedback also we are analyzing. It can get the like a source of feedback, like okay, this is a feedback come by LLM itself, or it's the external feedback given by the user, right? So system feedback or the externally environment feedback, this is a two approach it can use, right? And that's how it reflects and stored into the long-term memory. And when next time it is taking the action, it is remembering that like what last mistake it has done, right? And by doing this, by doing this reflection, it is improve the 91% of the answer correctness, right? Which is claimed by this research. 91% of the answer correctness, right? And which is much better previous based model like for the GPT that only got 80% of the accuracy. So let's say with GPT you are using reflection, a reflection kind of the prompt or something like that. So it is give you the definition. So let's say you are providing a task, right? You can see that here. You are in the middle of the room. Task is to clean some pen and put it into the counter loop, right? Here you can see that you are given the list of the two string, right? Open with this and close with this, parenthesis only. And task is what is a profession list. So this is a reasoning task. It have to think step by step. This is a programming task. It have to make the program. And it is a decision making task. So for decision making, you can see that what is it trajectory? Trajectory is it have to take the actions to take the pen one from the store burner. Like a so then from that action it observes that like nothing is happened. Second step it has taken, nothing has happened. And you can we can see that like okay, now it is a time to evaluate, right? So let's say result is coming after the trajectory. Now it's time. Now we can see that now it's a time to evaluate this. So in evaluation we can see that like okay, no action was taken, so we can say that it's a hallucinated. So either it would be either it would be the internal, you can see that either it will be internal or external. So here it said it has hallucinated. Here you can see that it has generated some program written no, so self-generated unit test fail, right? So obviously here also it's need a internal evaluation or external, or here you can see that it's need a reward because it has generated the answers. So this step is added as an external feedback, and that's how reflection is working. Okay, so this is a third component, right? Third is a planning, which is defined in the two way. One is like we have take the reflection, and second is a reasoning, react. Fourth step is a tools. Nowadays, this tool is replaced with the MCP protocols, right? Model context protocols. But previously, before the MCP, how it was operate, right? So tools of LLM. So what is the definition of the tools over here? Is tools are we can say that external resources, right? Which help us the LLM agent to perform some specific task, like you want to interact with the database, you want to perform some coding task or extracting some information for particular web pages, right? So that's how this tool is utilized, right? And fulfilling the user request. But tool uses, we can say that like LLM agent follow the specific workflow to use like some tool. So let's say you want to wither information and you want to plan some tool. So you are asking a AI agent is like, I want to plan some tools for particular place. So could you please tell me that like, should I have to go in this season or not? So first of all, this agent is calling tools. First is a wither tool. Second is a tools of that place, like in that particular season, what it help to do. So tools is something that help to fetch that information, and basis of that information, agent plan the a list of plan like okay, so we have to go in this season particular place or not, and that's how it provides the decision. Is like it can do reasoning and reflection, and it is providing the answer. So tool is a main factor which we called it APIs, or nowadays we called it MCP, model context protocols, right? Where we are just connecting our different kind of the databases. But previously, model is to MRKL. We called it a model reasoning knowledge and language, which is using the expert models like a neural network, calculator, Visa API. These are the tools. But nowadays we are converting these tools into the MCP so it can interact with any AI agent, right? LLM also act as a router. Router is something like we can just whatever the query directly you are just asking to the particular LLM model, it is providing you the particular API, right? So MCP is working on that way, right? So like LLM is struggling. So here I have taken the example is like LLM struggling with some word problem and required the number extraction, even though it can handle the direct math queries. So this is a something example is like model have to reason, then fed the knowledge and give the answer, right? It can use a calculator or something like that. Then after tool former, this is very famous, which is utilized to fine tune the LLM model and interact with directly external APIs as well in the responses. Financial API is working on this way for the stock market analysis. So you can consider this tool form as a stock market MCPs. Okay. So these are Hugging Face GPT. Like this is also the like LLM model. You can fetch some LLM model. This is like a Chat GPT kind of. You can fetch them and API banks. Right. You nowadays you can see that like MCP. There are a lot of website or marketplaces there, which is known as MCP marketplace. You can go and you can fetch that API. Right. So this is a basically the core component that we have seen, right? Now, what can a LLM agent do? So LLM agent to basically solve the advanced LLM solve advanced advanced problem, right? We can say that like it's learn from the mistake. It uses specialized MCP servers to improve the work, or it can also collaborate with the other agent or other human to improve their work or performance, right? So here we can see that like it basically provides the four kind of basic performance. It's like it work for the advanced problem solving. So it include like a complex task efficiency. It can handle the advanced like generate the advanced project plan, write a code, run benchmarks, right? Create the summaries, this kind of the advanced task. And in this task, it showcases the ability to plan and execute the task, right? Which is require the high level of cognitive engagement in advanced solving. Second is a self-reflection and improvement. You can see that agent is basically what agent can do is agent can analyze its own output and identify is there any issue in this or if there any issue, it can try to improve that. And this is known as a self-reflection ability. It allows them to engage in the cycle of criticism and rewriting something. Right, we can tell the AI that is like you have done the wrong, so it is apologize and do self-reflection what the wrong thing it had. So let's say in coding it has done the mistake, right? And we will provide it's like okay, you have done the mistake over here, so it can analyze their own mistake by itself. That is known as a self-reflection, right? Tooling use is like I already told you, like multiple tool we are providing, so it can provide the accurate information, right? And also it is recognize the error itself, and like because self-reflection also it can do. And multi-agent collaboration. Multi-agent collaboration is something like we can say that like one agent can generate the output and another agent can evaluate that agent output, provide the feedback. So also here we can also use that like AI agent as a reflection as well, like feedback mechanism as an AI model as well, right? So now I'm talking about some LLM agent frameworks, right? These are famous agent frameworks which you can use to do the code, right? I will not spend it too much time. LangGraph is very famous. Microsoft AutoGen, these are the LLM agent. Let's say you want to create your own agent, right? So you can explore this framework. Now agent type. Why I'm talking these all? Because by understanding this all, you can understand like, okay, which kind of the healthcare agent is for working behind the scene, right? So I will give you the very brief over here. So here you can see that simple reflection agent, right? In simple reflection agent, we can see that like it respond directly to the environment, right? So it's like a predefined rules is followed, right? It is predefined rules. So here we can say that like it directly respond to the particular environment by following the predefined rules. It is perceived that it is taking the actions, right? And so here you can consider like any kind of AI algorithm, right, which can analyze your medical images based on the critical conditions like like pulmonary embolisms and something like that. So it's directly classification kind of a task, which is known as simple reflection agent, right? Second we take is a utility base. Right, utility base is basically the evaluation base agent, like where we are just evaluating the multiple possible combinations. Like image is bit blur, but I got this in it, so I put it over here. But I will tell you the basic task is like it is evaluate the multiple possible actions, right? Action to take like maximum benefit we can take from that particular task, right? So by making them idle for the decision making under the certainty. So here we can take an example of Cerner. Cerner is a one company which have built the AI agent system to optimize the clinical workflows by like managing doctor prescription. It refills and automatically generating the EHR and data synchronous. Right, this way, like this. So this is like a Cerner is acquired by Oracle. Now you can explore the history and it is available on internet. And that's how Oracle healthcare system is working behind the scene. Third one is a model-based reflect agent. So model-based reflect agent uses the internal model. Internal model. So we can say that internal models like any kind of the AI models, which is provide like which is directly interact with the environment and which can handle the complex task. You can see that environment can like how the world is like now. Right. So ontology is like a knowledge graph. You consider this ontology as a knowledge graph, and it provides some state of the information. And basis on that, what action I have to do, it can decide. Right. And conditional action rules, it will taken over here. So we can say that like it's using internal models of environment to handle the more complex tasks by remembering the past actions. Like whatever the actions is that previously taken, basis on that is. So real world company, there is a one company is Wish.ai, which has created AI powered imaging system which can predict the stroke condition based on the historical patient data. This is a best example of model based reflection. Third is a goal based agent. Goal based agent is basically we can say that like we want to act in the way that we have to achieve the specific goal. Right. So here you can see the scenarios like what the world is like now, what it will be like if do action A, and what if I action should do now after something happening. Right. So this is like act to achieve specific objective by considering the future consequences and planning actions accordingly. Right. So I will give you the one example of the real world scenario of the goal based. So there is a one company known as a Tempus AI. So Tempus has created AI system that analyzing the genome data. Genomic data. Nowadays, even Google DeepMind is also working there. But Tempus is already working on genomic data to recommend the personalized cancer treatment plans. So this is something like that. Step by step, first action, or basis on the past actions also, it can also provide you the current solution, right? So personalized cancer treatment plan is something recommended based on the genome data, like which kind of the genome information you have. Right, so this is a plan for the individuals as well. And last one is a learning agent. Learning agent is a very simple, like it can adapt and improve over the time by learning from interaction or whatever interaction it has done with a particular environment condition, like becoming more efficient and intelligent as it operates over the time, right? So there is a one company that is known as ADA Health. ADA Health is basically they have created the AI powered symptom checker which improve the recommendation based on the user input, right? And basis on the new medical data, right? So it's this kind of the medical agent, which is a type of AI agent we can claim. Now come to the core application of the AI agent in healthcare. Right. So we can see that core application of AI agent. Right. So basically, corely it can use. So because you can also say that like this is a real world use cases of AI agent. So how AI agent is using medical. Right. How AI agent is using medical. So we can see that it is using medical billing encoding. It is used in appointment scheduling and patient flow optimization. It can also use automated clinical documentation and analysis. Right. This is for the administrative automation task of the medical, or we can say the healthcare industry. And now, second is like patient engagement and virtual assistant. So patient engagement and virtual assistant is basically we can see that. Just a minute. Just a minute. Uh, Guys, if you want, we can take a 5 minute of breaks for this. Because yeah, this is a bit lengthy, and it's a very long session because I done a lot of hard work to find these all the use cases. So that's why I want to showcase you this. So if you want, you can take a break for a 5 minute, and then you can come back. So can we take a 5 minute of break?
Yes, sir.
Can we take a 5 minute of break?
Hello.
Because yes, sir. Are you able to hear me?
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. We have break for 5 minutes.
Okay.
You can.
Yeah, actually, I need a break for drink water. So that's.
Okay, no problem, sir. Okay.
So can we start?
Right, sir. Hello.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, sir.
Can we start?
Ah, sir. Yes, 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 sir.
Okay. So now we can see the fundamental steps of the core AI applications. So basically, these are the different use cases, not the steps, but different use cases, I can say. So these core applications are very powerful applications, and it has categorized into the three things that we can see that like it's the administrative task, like where we are just handling the different medical billing information and there's like some project work of the hospital paperwork scheduling, so staff can focus on the patient on patient focus on the patient well. Like a second is like a patient engagement and virtual assistant. So here like frequently whatever the answer is coming from the patient or for the customer related queries and something which is provided regarding the healthcare information or anything, right? Which is like we can say that it's a digital helper that provide the answer to the patient questions and send the reminders like you have to come to the particular time for the particular appointment or something like that. So this type of virtual assistant is very powerful because it can maintain the like a patient health if the patient is coming for the particular checkup, and we can also avoid like time of the particular patient by in notifying them, right? We can do that right nowadays with the help of it, but reminding with the AI agent is like really the next level by just prescribing and storing the medical health records, right? And third branch, which is known as a clinical decision support system, where we are just analyzing the vast amount of the patient healthcare data and their medical histories, their like each and everything from the day zero to the day till there, right? So we can also diagnose that complex diagnostic conditions, and we are just taking the like a treatment decision based on their requirement. Also, sometimes what happen? Doctor also prescribing some medical drugs, right? Drug which is like potentially flagging for the particular country, or by taking that particular drug your medical condition is not providing the support in the case that like if something you are taking, but let's say you have a diabetes or you have something, right? But for that case some medicine you can't take it, right? So on that conditions, this kind of the flag based agent alerts help you to save with allergies and some potential causes, right? And predictive analytics also providing you like about your forecasting disease, like when the let's say your clinical condition is serious, so when it will become more dangerous, right? Something like we have seen these in the case of the Apple Watch, it saves the people from the heart attack, right? So these are some of the use cases that AI agent can do before like your condition will be critical. Sure. Okay. So here we can see that real world use cases that are the common use cases which is widely used. But these are the real world use cases nowadays. It can do practice in the healthcare, right? So first use case is a diagnostic imaging. Right. Just imagine the one condition where AI agent analyze medical images like X-ray, MRIs, or CT scans, right? Which can detect the disease faster, right? Within the second you can understand what is happening, and it can also provide the greater accuracy compared to the any medical practitioners, right? And it is give you the like a more accurate result, and it is provide you the it provide you the more possible accuracy compared to the human eye can do the mistake, right? So in this condition, you can see that there is a practical example is like Google Healthcare DeepMind has already made the tool that detecting the diabetic retinopathy from the eye scans, which is one of the best tool you can find. And drug discovery. Second is a drug discovery and development. We can use AI like AI system, which can accelerate the processes to analyze the biological data. By analyzing the biological data and screening potential drugs candidate, we can design the drugs like that. Like there is one company, you can see that in Silico, right? This company, in Silico medicine, is use AI to develop the new drug by using the molecular in the record time. So by utilizing the people genome conditions or by taking their medical or biological data, we can design a different type of the drugs based on the personalized need. So these is a drug discovery and development is also widely adopted by this industry. So that's why AI is create the big role on this. Personalization, personalized medicine, as I already told you, like AI create a tailored treatment plan based on the patient genetic profile, basis on the human lifestyle, or basis on the your daily schedule, or basis on lot of information about the human being. We can save the human lives with the help of this personalized medicine suggestions, because every human conditions is a different. Every human is living in different, right? And last is very widely used and already it is practiced by the these neuroscience industry, which is a mental health support. AI chatbot is so. Have you like recently you find the news that Elon Musk, not Sam Walton told that like people is also sharing their personal information with ChatGPT, because people think that like ChatGPT is not judging them and it can understand them, and interacting with the ChatGPT is give you the more comfort compared to the any human being is giving, because ChatGPT is not able to judge you, right? So this kind of system is provide and also improving your mental health, emotional support also it can give you, right? So this kind of chatbot and virtual assistant provide you the evidence based emotional support, right? So this is a something different, which is like basis on your condition it can also give you the treatment, like you want emotional support or cognitive behavior therapy or something other techniques, right? So these are the some of the examples, like the board company and Visa offer these kind of 24 by 7 mental health support solutions. There are other startups as well. I had taken some examples. Now, what is the benefit of this AI agent in healthcare, right? So it is improve the diagnosis accuracy and speed. Like it is enhance the detection and reduce the use, right? So we can say that it's improve the diagnostic accuracy and speed. Second is like it is automating the administrative task, which reduce the cost and free up the staff time for the patient care. So obviously it is not taking the human jobs, but it helps the humans to do their task much better, right? Third is like more effective and professional treatment. Sorry, personalized treatment, not professional. So here it means that like we can provide you the data-driven insight, which leads to the better patient outcomes or healthcare, which can reduce the side effects of the particular human conditions when some medicines are provided to the particular patient, right? It can also increase the patient engagement and access. So how? So like we can provide a 24 by 7 like you can interact with this kind of AI system. Also, you can operate this kind of system with a remote monitoring. We can also provide the remote monitoring, improve care continuity. So like let's say you are in the some other country, you want like medical services from India. So it can also improve the patient engagement by providing this kind of real-time monitoring. They can tell you like purchase this device, or they are sending the personalized kit to you, and they are monitoring remotely to you as well. This way, like they are also providing the patient engagement and access. And it also the reduce the cost, like streamlining the operations by early streamlining operations and also early disease detection, which leads to like we can say that we can save the significant cost of the medical health. So nowadays we found that like every second and third young people got a heart attack or something. So which can we can reduce with the improvement of this condition, right? But what is the challenge? Obviously, every technology has their own challenges, right? So challenges always lead to like in the thinking of should we have to use AI, right? So first challenge is like a patient data. Right. Obviously, data privacy and security is always a concern. So protecting the sensitive patient data is always a priority. So when we are just designing this kind of AI system, we always have to follow the HIPAA compliance or GDPR, which are the medical related regulations. We can say that compliance and regulations. So that's how data privacy comes into the picture. Now, second is algorithms back. What happened if the AI model is predicting, like let's say you don't have any serious condition in an X-ray machine or something, but AI system predict. So that is known as a bias. So whenever this kind of things is happening, this is also the condition of challenge. Third is like a lack of accessibility, right? It is like a black box problem, right? So black box is like AI will not tell you how it can take the decision. This is also a big problem. Fourth is like a high implementation cost, like significant investment is needed to just significant investment is like if we want to implement this technology, there are a lot of infrastructure is needed, data needed, or data centers is utilizing behind the scenes, and there are a lot of implementation cost is associated with it. Like we want also the skilled personnel as well for this, right? Also, last one is like we have to integrate with a legacy system, right? Because many healthcare institutions use an incompatible and outdated system that make integration so difficult, right? So that's how we can say that like there are a lot of challenges coming with like ensuring with the data privacy and security, addressing the algorithmic bias. We have to overcome the box like black box problem, decision making transparency, and managing the cost of the implementation and integrating legacy system. These are some challenges that AI agent come with the healthcare. What is the last thing? Ethical consideration. Ethical consideration is like much needed because when bias is coming, I told you, right? Ethical consideration and future directions. So how to ethically develop and integrate AI in healthcare, right? So when we can say the ethical consideration, so I will tell you like first thing is like ethical AI development we have to do. Ethical AI development is like a collaboration. Like we want a collaboration with developer, clinical researcher. We want a ethicist, which is ensure that like a system is fair, system is transparent, system is accountable. So we can take such an example is like a healthcare AI algorithm which is trained on the historical data, like predominantly particular for the male demographic, which is bias for the like a woman, right? Or which is a demonstrated for the bias for the particular relate to the like because let's say we are training the model for the UK males, right? Healthcare. So that is not applicable for the India because India has a different condition, different health environment, and something like that, right? So that ethical AI development we have to do. Second is like human in loop. You can see human in loop. Human in loop is basically human in loop is like we are providing the human feedback, right? So we can also say that like this is known as automation bias, right? I told you the ethical AI development that is known as a normal bias. Bias is like a we can say the ethnicist bias is like how we can say demographic based bias, right? Because obviously UK data is not fit for the Indian condition. So Indian male condition is different, UK male condition. That's how we are evolved and we have a different genes condition. Also, human in loop is like like AI. We have like our AI systems should serve to the augment, not a replace, like human clinicians. So here, with the help of AI, we can't say that like we are replacing the doctors, right? We are just help them to judgment and intuition more critically, right? Let's say there is a radiologist. So over the time, radiologist is there, right? So radiologist should not over reliant on the AI diagnosis or accept it as an incorrect reading of the like mammograph without the sufficient human oversight, right? Because if they are oversighting this, it leading to the delay in some condition in the cancer diagnosis for the particular patient or something like that, right? So these are the two basically the ethical consideration always happening. And future trend is like a multi-agent collaboration system is working. So let's say how so multi-agent collaboration system managing the complex surgical procedures, conflicting and recommendation kind of the system for the different AI models, and it can lead to the medical errors, right? But accountability was unclear due to the like distributed nature of the system because there are a different kind of the roles we are defining those particular agent, right? And if there is something happening, who will take a responsibility for that particular? That's why some like a discussion or debate is going around this. Great personalization, I already told you. Data privacy is required for this because personalization comes with the cost of data privacy, right? So company offering the AI-driven personalized treatment plan sold anonymized genetic data to third parties and violating the patient privacies and informed consent, right? Without you asking you, your medical data will be sold to someone else. So anyone can plan to target you to selling something medical services, right? Proactive and predictive interventions, right? Patient autonomy, we can say that. So like let's say an AI agent, sorry, not AI mental health agent, right? Let's say AI mental health agent flag a patient high risk and automatically notify the family and breaching the patient confidentiality, right? Without asking you, that is directly send you the information to your family. Obviously, it is create a patient like breaching the patient confidentiality and potentially harming them relationship without the like patient explicit consent. So this is the kind of things that in a foreign country mostly they are taking critically. Here I don't know, but in foreign countries they are taking so much critical, right? And last is a growth of mental and behavior health. This is something like we can say that like chatbot kind of thing, which felt emotionally disconnected and also like undetermined their trust in the care processes. So this is something, and path forward we can see a lot of things which is require holistic approach involving all, right? This last slide, this one. Oh, sorry. Computer is getting hanged. Sorry. Yeah. So last slide is here. You can see that different company has built their own healthcare system. Right. I will provide you this slide so you can explore this. This is already discussed. It's taking. Yeah, we are about to complete. It's not moving. Yes. So, guys, these are some of the research area. If you are interested, you can explore this research area to do your PhD, or you can also recommend your student to do the research in these AI domains. Like you can see that list, it's listed here, right? Thank you so much. This is all about. If you have any question, guys, you can ask. Yes, sir. What do you? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Over to
sir.
you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All the
Okay.
participants are enabled with their microphones. If they have any questions, they may ask one by one.
Uh, I have taken a lot time because because there is a like a
Okay,
proper
sir.
thing.
Okay, no problem, sir. So, on behalf of all the participants, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Ashish Patel, sir, for delivering such an insightful session on AI agent application in healthcare. Your expertise in AI, machine learning, and entrepreneur scale solutions has provided us with a clear perspective on how intelligent agents can revolutionize healthcare, making patient care more personalized, efficient, and reliable. We truly appreciate the depth of knowledge you shared from technical innovations in MLOps and LLMs to their real world impact in clinical and healthcare settings. Your ability to connect complex concepts with practical applications was both inspiring and thought provoking. Thank you once again, sir, for your valuable time, your engaging presentation, and for motivating us to explore new frontiers in AI driven healthcare. We look forward to seeing your continued contributions in shaping the future of this transformative field. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so I will take your leave. If you have any, if anyone have any question, guys, you can ask. Else, we will conclude. Okay, I think no one have a question. Okay then, sir, I think we can conclude if no one have a question.
Yes,
Okay,
sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for
thank
your
you.
time, sir. Thank you. Okay, so we are done with the session. Now I'll hand over the next part to Dhaval Modi, sir. Sir, please, over to you.
Hello.
We are done with session three. Dhaval Modi, sir, are you available? Please
Yes, sir.
continue further. Okay.
Okay, now within 5 minutes, we will start a feedback and valedictory session. Break for 5 minutes.
Sir, when the exam will be start? I think.
Exam time 7:30. It is on our ATAL portal.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Thanks, sir. Thanks.
Okay, break for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we will start the feedback session.
Hello,
Yes, sir.
am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible.
Yeah, fine.
Sir, name
Just
please.
Nilesh Makwana here.
Okay, okay, sir. Let me make you presenter, sir.
Yeah, fine.
Participants, we are starting our the valedictory session because our chief guest Nilesh Makwana sir is present. So first we will start the valedictory session, then we will go for the feedback session. I will give the brief introduction of Nilesh Makwana sir. He is a scientist at ISRO Ahmedabad, a lead center of Indian Space Research Organization for design and development of spaceborne instrument and associate applications on 14th February 2017. Born on 31st August 1987 in Rajkot, Gujarat, Nilesh Makwana sir is top ranker and gold medalist of 2014 MTech Communication System and Network batch of National Institute of Technology NIT Hamirpur, India. He is highly he
My
is
screen is visible.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible. He is
Uh,
a highly accomplished engineer who has successfully designed and developed ISRO's airborne and spaceborne microwave remote sensing subsystem for NISAR, MINISAR, research, and he was also responsible for design and development of different active and passive microwave PCB mic circuit. Apart from he is having a 7 years of academic experience. He has been main author or co-author of about 10 technical paper presented at various national and international conferences within India. He was also part of the 38 Indian scientific expectation of Antarctica and went to Antarctica in 2019 for around 5 to 6 months. Also part of Solapurwala RF Team Award 2023 provided by the Plasma Science Society of India. Now over to you, Nilesh Makwana, sir. He will, yes, sir. PPT is visible, sir.
okay, fine.
Okay, now over to Nilesh Makwana, sir. He will guide for the valedictory session.
So first of all, good evening, everyone. I hope you have an examination at 7:30.
Yes,
Just
sir.
hold on.
Yes, yes.
Just hold on. मैं एक मीटिंग में हूँ, बाद में कॉल करूँ. प्रदीप को बोलो, दे देंगे. नीचे होगा 5306. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. I hope you have an examination at 7:30. So will not take
Yes,
much
yes,
of your
sir.
time. But it is a truly honor for me to be here today at the validity session of this faculty development program. I hope over the past few days, the program has been journey of intense learning, reflection, and sharing of ideas. So
Yes, sir.
we'll go ahead with one small presentation. So for a change, I think this faculty development program, ATAL online faculty development program, is on healthcare 5.0, 5.0 maybe, right? Integrating AI and TinyML and robotic for real world impact. So now we'll bring you towards the journey of space, because we know that we already celebrated 23rd August as a National Space Day, when our Chandrayaan 3 lander, Vikram lander, land on the moon 2 years back on 23rd August 2023. We celebrated those days as a National Space Day. So we have just completed 2 years, and now just brief idea about what we are doing at Space Application Center, what ISRO is doing, some brief presentation, and then we'll show you some of the videos of Antarctica. So that is some for the change. So, and anybody having any question, they can ask me after the completion of presentation or in between if required. So let's go with the vision of ISRO, the Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, father of Indian space program. And he thought that we must be a second to none in the application of advanced technology to the real problem of man and society. That means when ISRO started its journey, at that time there is a Cold War between Russia and USA. And at that time, everybody is planning to go to the space, man on space or man on moon. At that time, Vikram Sarabhai thought that we have to use the space technology for the real problem of the man and societies. So we are not going for any war. We are actually moving towards the technology application and use for the common man. So we start our journey from 1962, and officially ISRO is established in 1969 and Department of Space in 1972. So there is a this is a Tumba. Trivandrum, we have one church in Trumba. Then at that time, Vikram Sarabhai and Dr. Abdul Kalam Saab started some of the experiment and near the Trivandrum. And there is a church. We ask for the place and they give a place and we start building a rocket. And apart from that, you can see the bullock cart having a satellite. There is a very historical image. Now we are sending the satellite of different countries. Earlier, we are sending our own. We are finding difficulties to build a satellite and the rocket. Now we are much more ahead, or we are actually in a shoulder to shoulder of national spacefaring nations. So we have a different state is having a different ISRO center. Major center, let's we talk about, then Vikram Sarabhai Space Center in the Trivandrum, and then URSC in the Bangalore, and Indian Spaceport. I think all people aware of the Sriharikota. Then we have a spaceport of India from where we are launching our satellites into the space. And in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad, we have a very unique center, Space Application Center, which is actually responsible for the design and development of the payload. Apart from that, the application also. So in our center, we have a multidisciplinary people are there in our center, such as engineers, people from the science background, people from the computer branch, electronics branch, electrical branch, civil branch, mechanical branch. So all the such kind of branch, apart from engineering and the science, people are there in the Ahmedabad. So ISRO space history, let's say spacecraft mission is 132 till date, and launch mission is 102, 56 even full years we did from last 56 years. And some of the application is for the rural connectivity, telemedicine, teleeducation, resource management, civil aviation, protection of heritage sites, banking service, national assets directory, disaster management, and some of the other strategic use. May I ask, this is having a recording? This presentation is having a recording? This session is having a
recording. Recording, yes, sir, recording.
Okay, fine. So we'll talk about in that way. So there is a Space Application Center, ISRO. We have a campus around 4 different campuses. Main campus is 90 acres of land. And then we have in space headquarters in the Ahmedabad also. We have a very good Vikram Sarabhai space exhibition. I insist all the faculties who's listening right now, and they can plan one visit for the student for the Vikram Sarabhai space exhibition. In that case, if any help is required, let us know. It is a free of cost for the students, even the faculties. And faculties also can collaborate with us with the Respond project. We'll talk more about that portion. So in that, people can have an interest. They can interact with us, contact with us, and having a joint collaboration project with the ISRO. Then we have a Delhi Earth Station, and then we have a Ahmedabad. There is 3 different locations. We have a campus. One is a Bhopal Technical Campus, New Bhopal Campus, and Segment Campus. Those are the evolution of ISRO's satellite, Indian satellite. uh, such as Earth observation satellite, communication satellite, lunar missions, interplanetary missions, space science missions. So my major role is in the Earth observation satellite for the micro remote sensing payloads. Those are the capability of ISRO's remote sensing programs, starting from land and water to up to the weather, high resolution and oceanography. So image capabilities we can see from, we can cover whole India and we can see a very tiny thing from the space. We can say eye on a space, eye in the space. So this is actually journey of Chandrayaan. I can play if it is possible. Not able to play this video. It's very interesting videos. I think I am connecting from the office and we have due to security reason, we're not able to play a PPT. No issue, we'll go ahead. We'll some more time we can have a detailed presentation. There's I think few days back we launched a NISR mission. There is a NASA ISRO synthetic aperture radar in which NASA ISRO is having a collaboration. I am also the part of this mission. So the journey of NSR mission video is also available. And for the science community, community in the globe, waiting for the data of the NISR, because those data are very there is a freely available data for the science community in the globe. They can have a research on this, specifically people from AIML and the background from EC computer. They can have a data and they can generate the image and they can plan some application also. So this is there is a SWIPSAR technology, one of the kind, and one of the costliest satellite till date in the space right now, which is having a collaboration between NASA and ISRO. So Space Application Center ISRO Ahmedabad having a responsibility to design and develop S-band SAR, and JPL is one of the best laboratory in the world, Jet Propulsion Laboratory. They have a responsibility to generate L-band SAR. So there is a dual SAR, SWIP-SAR technique, first time in the space right now. And we also, right now it is operational, but might take some time for the data for the science community in near future. There is some simulating video. I think I'm not able to play. No issue. We can go ahead. There is one video of 104 launches, how we can accommodate 104 satellite into the very tiny space. So there is a role of engineers who can who can design in such a way that we can accommodate 104 satellite. We ISRO have a record at that time that we can launch 104 satellite at a one time. So this is the actual hardware of the NISR S-band, NISR payload designed and developed by SEC. There is the RF spectrum, we all know. Now, type of remote sensing, we have optical remote sensing and a micro remote sensing. I'm not going to details of this presentation because it will take too much of time and we have a limitation of time. I think, what is the time I can share this? I can go with this presentation?
7:30.
Okay, fine, no issue. Thank you. So we can do a remote sensing by two means. One is a optical remote sensing, one is a micro remote sensing. Optical remote sensing, that means the visible or UR or IR range of the frequency spectrum, and where we can do a remote sensing with the help of microwave, which is having actually radar. Now there is some advantage and disadvantage of both of them. There is let's say optical remote sensing. That means if you want to do a remote sensing, we require some source, such as, let's say we are sitting in the room and we can see the thing because we have a lights available. So for optical remote sensing, the primary source is sun. We require sunlight for the remote sensing, and apart from that, we can we cannot penetrate.
શું કહેતો તો આપણે પેલું બે પાનાનું સ્ટેપ બનાવ્યા છે બીકોઝ બધાને એક વેરી આવે છે કે કઈ રીતે લોગિન કરવાનું કઈ રીતે લોગિન કરવાનું તો હું તમને મોકલું છું જોઈ લો ને બરાબર છે હે ને
Sir, your mic is on. Then we can do a remote sensing with the help of optical. In that we cannot at the clouds. If we have a clouds, we cannot see, or if we have a night, we cannot see. So we can say it is not 24 by 7 kind of remote sensing, but microwave we can see in day and night and all weather. So micro remote sensing, all weather remote sensing. We have two different type of remote sensing, and one is a passive, one is active. Passive, that means we don't have a transmitter. Active, we have a transmitter. I hope engineering people can appreciate this presentation. I know that there is a people from the pharmacy and the different background. I hope they can try to understand the presentation. So passive sensor is a radiometric sensors and the sounders, and active sensors is having a SAR, spectrometer, and altimeter. Now, what we are doing, we are actually designing and developing of transceiver circuits. What kind of challenging we have when we are doing for the space, because when we are doing for the ground kind of thing, we have a hardware available in the ground. We have a luxury of space, we have a luxury of power, we have a luxury of everything. But when we are putting anything into the space, we don't have a such infinite power available, right? We are taking power from the solar panel and battery having some life. We have a fuel in the spacecraft. So we have to utilize each and everything. So we have to design each and everything with low cost, low power consumption, and low volume and mass. Because when the mass and the volume is increased, we cannot accommodate more fuel. If you have a more fuel, the life of the satellite is more. Actually, some of the time life of the satellite is depending on the electronics hardware. Apart from that, it's also depend on the fuel, because to maintain the orbit we require a fuel, right? So electronics life is always more compared to the fuel. So we have to save the fuel, or we have to take more fuel, so we can actually increase the life of the satellite. And also the we have to design the subsystem in such a way that it can withstand in the harsh environment, because space is having a harsh environment. It's a vacuum, it is having a radiations, right? So all those things we have to take care while we design any of the subsystem for the space. To understand the design of in RF, we have to actually understand the microwave theory, receiver architecture, CAD tools, IC designs, mixed signals, communications theories. All those subjects you have to learn for the designing of any of the RF design circuits. Now, some of the photos are the designed by me, and it is taken from the reference paper available in the open forum. So first one is a one multiplier, 1:3. Second one is there is the MIC circuit. Second one is a MMIC circuit, which is actually a broadband amplifier from, let's say, 1 to 18 gigahertz. Then RFIC, and then SOC. Now we are moving towards the SOC. Now there is a conventional hybrid integrated circuits, which is having a Illumina substrate and CoVar CPs. I know I am going fast, and it is a bit difficult to understand but just understand some of the nomenclatures, some of the words, then it is also good for the faculties, and they can then go deep down into the topic if they find interest, right? This is one of the balance amplifier circuits designed for the NISR payload only. And this is a space grade, we can say, space grade balance amplifier. There is a difference between simple amplifier and the space grade amplifier, because we have to derate each and everything, each and every component, each having current and voltages. We have to derate for the space, because if we cannot derate, we want to actually increase the life of the each and every circuits of the component. For that, we actually derate. If the rating of the resistor is, let's say, 0.1 watt, we can operate it 0.05 watt. So it can actually increase its life. These are PCB circuits. There is a difference between MIC and MMIC circuits. If we want, there is an advantage and disadvantage both of them. Let's compare MIC with MMIC circuits. The MIC is large in size, bulky, and we cannot do a repeatability. If the number of quantity is more, we can definitely go for the MMIC circuits, because the MIC is we can find the workmanship error. But MIC is having advantage in the high power applications, and we can do a rework, we can do optimization. But when we talk about MMICs, it is a very light in weight, and in the size, we can see the size comparison. The MIC circuit is having let's say 40 cross 25 mm of size, where the MMIC is only 2.5 cross 1.5 mm of size. And then it's very lightweight and miniaturized, high repeatability, suitable for high volume manufacture, less workmanship defect, but no scope of rework, and design centric for high yield is required. one of the amplifier design, the specification of amplifier. First of all, we have to design a bias T, which can pass the RF signal and block the DC, and DC cannot enter to the RF, and RF cannot enter to the DC. And that is one of the schematic for the feedback amplifier taken from this reference paper. You can go and read. And if any query is there, my email ID is also mentioned in that paper, and in this presentation also, I can ask a query. We have to design amplifier in such a manner that it can do a unconditionally stable up to the FT of the process. So for this, I can show you the simulation from 0 to 100 gigahertz. This amplifier is stable and having a very good measurement result, which is matching with the simulation results. This is one of the frequency generator design and developed for one of the project. You can see the size is very less, and only 4 cards we use for to design and develop this kind of frequency generator. It is for the airborne application, not for the spaceborne, but for the airborne applications. Now we can talk more about the frequency generators and the receivers, but I think we can have a one-to-one interaction. If anybody is having any doubt, we can take some question, because this presentation is very deep and it will take some time. But I can show you this how to collaborate with the ISRO, right? So for the faculties, you can encourage the students who is right now studying in the 9th standard. They can apply for the UVICA program. There is a young scientist program, UVICA, which is totally funded by the ISRO. The traveling and everything is given by the ISRO, and the students can stay with us for the 15 days. And this is for the all India, and we have a different centers. So let's say in Gujarat, having 5 to 6 different state students are coming into the Ahmedabad, the state nearby the Gujarat, and similar we have a different center which is we can accommodate the students. So in that 9th standard students can come for the 15 days. They can interact with the scientists. We can take them to the different labs. We can show them the state of the art clean rooms. They can have a visit of so many labs which is not actually open for the public. So there's a very good opportunity for the students. Apart from that, Vikram Sarabhai Space Exhibition they can visit, and faculty can have a joint collaboration with us in the Respond project. Those videos are the Antarctica's videos, but not able to see right now. Otherwise, I will show you some of the videos, how Antarctica look like. This is my email ID. If anybody is having a doubt, they can ask me. I think, sir, we can take few questions or few queries. Then we'll again say something, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Anybody's having any doubt, any interaction is required, any guidance is required. So mic is people can unmute their mic and they can ask the query.
Yes, they can unmute, sir.
Okay.
They can unmute their mic and ask this question, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Hello. Sir, actually, not regarding your session, but I just wanted to ask that when we apply in the Respond basket, there are very less chance that we are getting selected. So what can we do in that case?
So that first introduce yourself and introduce you are from which institute?
Yes, sir. Myself, Dr. Amrita Pandya. I am associate professor in computer engineering department, H. Patel, GSET Engineering College, Vidyanagar.
Okay, so you are from Gujarat and you are near to the Ahmedabad, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
sometime you can visit, you can ask your if you have any scientist details, you can talk to them. You can talk to them about your what you want to do. then
Okay.
you can have an interaction with them, and then take some of the problem statement from them and try to start working on them, and then you can have a strong base, because you know what they required, right? So collaboration
Okay,
is
sir.
sometimes required.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to add one more thing for the all the faculties, um, because the faculties actually are very important right now, because they are the career builders of so many students, and the bright students can build good India. So you people have a very huge responsibility on your shoulder, and I always see that teacher is having a huge respect in uh, my personal self. I'm very thankful to all the teachers who teach me, and due to that, I am here only. So I request all the teachers to kindly empower your students and for the betterment of the society, and give them good guidance. And I just wanted to say one thing, that when we are studying engineering, that at the time, sometime we are doing shortcuts. Sometimes we are not using the reference books. We are using some of the what we call some of the
कोण होतं
books,
सर तुम्हाला?
some of the books. So
ओके
I
ओके
think,
सर. ओके. હા સર એમાં જે
so I can say that try to follow the reference books, and for the engineering students of any of the branch, let's say core branch, electronics, computer, even IT, mechanical, the mathematics is very much required, because AI/ML is based on the mathematics only. So in engineering, people are just seeing mathematics as a just 1 year. For the first year, they learn the mathematics. Don't don't leave mathematics, because mathematics will not leave you until you are engineers. So try to give proper weightage for the mathematics subjects also, because what we are seeing right now in this, when we are designing any of the circuits, designing of the subsystem for the space bond, we always face maths. So try to give good weightage to the mathematics subjects. And I also congratulate the organization for bringing together experts, scholars, and educators on a common platform. I hope the session will help you and foster collaboration and inspire all of you to innovate your teaching and research practice. I also encourage each one of you to carry the essence of this program back to your classroom, inspire your student, not just to learn, but to think, to question, and to dream. The future belongs to those who dare to innovate. And as a faculty, you are the, I think, it was barrier of that change. I think education is not about filling the minds with facts. It's about igniting minds with curiosity, values, and purpose. If we succeed in this mission, we will definitely contribute to building a stronger and self-reliant and progressive India. Once again, I thank the organization for inviting me, and congratulate all the past participants for your involvement. I think this FDP me stepping stone towards greater excellence in teaching, research, and leadership. Thank you, and my best wishes to all of you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Sir,
Yes, sir.
what type of facility will be provided by ISRO by doing a collaboration with the institute?
Facility in that terms, as we all know that after space reform, many of the things now is open for the rest of the people, even the academics also. Earlier space is very confined, only ISRO is doing some of the thing. Nobody knows what we are doing, how to do it. Now after the space reform, our facility is also open for the academics. If you want to come here and test something, if you want to send your students for the internship, that is a huge change in this. Earlier the number is very less, only topper get chances. Nowadays, for the intensive, we are getting huge number of students, and we also require good students to come here and spend some time with us. They can work on the real problem statement, right? And the facility in that terms, if you do a respond basket, you can ask for the fund. The ISRO can provide you the fund, They can provide the guidance, and also the facilities available over here. Some of the instrument might possible. Some of the instrument institute is not having. Some of the software licenses of some of the software is also not having. So in that way, you can do a collaboration.
Hello. Hello.
Yes,
Am I
please go
audible?
ahead. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah. Myself, Dr. Tanima. I
Yes,
am
ma'am.
basically from Kolkata. Okay. I am working in Institute of Engineering Management, Kolkata.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, after hearing the news that you have also, ISRO also collaborated some of the project with the institute, academic institute. Basically, I am working in the private institute, but we are also try to do some project for our students, and college also give us some seed money to doing some projects. So is there any facility in Kolkata or anyone where we can contact? Actually, I am also AIML faculty. I am also associate professor in AIML department, CSC AIML department, and I'm really interested to, if possible, is there any collaboration of project with ISRO? Then I'm really grateful. Is there anyone to whom I contact for project collaboration, or for anyone? If you
Thank you,
suggest
ma'am,
me.
for asking this question. Maybe this question is for so many people having a similar kind
Yeah.
of question. So I request all the faculties members to go through the ISRO's website. There is a dedicated page is available for the
Okay.
Respond project, and all the contact details and all the numbers are given in that site. And for any particular detail you require, you can just write an email to me. I also try to help as possible as from my side. And definitely
Okay.
Calcutta is a, I think so many people are here in from the West Bengal and specifically Calcutta. And people are working with
Okay.
space domain. Even our
Yeah.
former director, sir, Sri Tapan Misra, sir, is also having one of the CC radar company in the Calcutta. So,
Okay.
so many people are there in the from the Calcutta in this campus. So definitely you can contact with us. You can just write us. You can go and explore the websites. Everything is available on the websites, and they're also regularly update. You are getting from the website only. So you can see ISRO headquarter website and also our Space Application Center website, SAC website. And you can go through the collaboration page and you can see what kind of collaboration you can do with us. For
Okay.
student,
Can
definitely.
you share your mail ID, sir? Can you share?
Definitely, I will again. I think I will write in the chat box.
Okay. 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 I request the organizing team, please share. Okay. Okay. You share it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
So I think now people can read my email ID.
Yes, sir. I can.
Yeah, fine. Yes, sir. So I request faculties to go through the website and try to send the students for the internship and for the apprenticeship also. And I think they can also, after the completing of internship or apprenticeship, they can also absorb as a contract engineer in the ISRO. And after working with us for 1 or 2 years, they can also jump in the private companies, because nowadays so many startup companies are there in India who is working on the space domain. So there is a huge requirement of good engineers right now in the market. So anybody having any questions?
No, sir. No questions, sir.
So I want to thank the Professor Bhaskar sir, Principal Government Polytechnic Ahmedabad, Convener Professor Manish Charel sir, Head of the Department, Coordinators Miss Janvi Chauhan ma'am, Co-Coordinator Mr. Dhaval Modi sir, and all the resource person who is conducting this lecture from so many days. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Now participants are request to share feedback. Please share your feedback. Participants are request to share your feedback.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. First of all, I sincerely thank the organizers, experts, industry leaders, and startups and academic professionals for this excellent Healthcare 5.0. Um, all the sessions were very well structured and insightful and very well planned. So you covered radiology aspects, even the crucial and critical diseases like cancer, diagnostic innovations, and even we can say that earlier detection in retinopathy. So this kind of uh, covering from all the healthcare aspects, you cover the diagnostic, therapeutic, radiology field, and even a rehabilitation field. So this kind of this will provide a holistic perspective on how technology and healthcare are coming together. And it was a great learning experience to see like how this AI driven early detection and innovation can truly shape the future of healthcare, and it improves the patient outcomes also. So I deeply appreciate this opportunity and looking forward to contribute further in this space. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
I'm
ma'am.
leaving
Thank
the
you.
session. Thank you all. Thank you for your
Yes, sir.
time. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, other participants, please share your feedback.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Myself, Dr. R.N. Rathod, Associate Professor, SNS Gandhi College, Surat. On behalf of
Yes, sir.
SNS Gandhi
Rathod,
Degree
sir, please
Engineering College,
continue.
Surat,
Yes,
I
sir. Continue,
congratulate
sir.
entire GP Ahmedabad team for arranging such a wonderful event, including real life example related to the healthcare. By selecting appropriate experts from various domains, starting from Kiran Trivedi sir sensor base and ended with Ashish Patel sir Oracle LLM model, because starting and ending is much more important in entire all the domain. One suggestion for arranging offline FDP, including hands-on later on, and I really to be a part of the event. I thankful to City ATAL team and GP Ahmedabad team and all the participants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Please continue now.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Professor Manju Mishra from LM College of Pharmacy, Ahmedabad. I must say that this FDP was really informative for me, especially in terms of what we call the sessions were very nicely organized, including machine learning, especially those from health related perspective like diagnosis of cancer, breast cancer, and a lot of sessions were very informative, especially from Niramai and all those things. I personally feel that if you could arrange such sessions in offline mode, that would be really beneficial for people like us from
Yes, yes.
pharmaceutical sciences, because hands-on machine learning is something which we really need expertise from. I'm still thankful to the entire team for arranging these sessions, for inviting so many speakers. So it was a wonderful learning experience. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Nimita Manocha, Principal, Indore Institute of Pharmacy. From
Yes,
Indore.
ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am has just stated right now, I am also from the pharmacy field. And I'd like to congratulate and thank you all for a fantastic session.
Okay.
And the best part was about it was like in the beginning of day one, which was very interesting, whereby we were given important information and basic knowledge about what TinyML is, how does a TinyML work. So every session covered for us the fundamentals, which is very important for us people from pharma background. So it was a very enriching program because you cleared many basics for us. And then the way the flow went towards its application in diagnostics, radiology, and furthermore, as we had our sessions today. So I really appreciate it. And we would like to connect with you also in the future. Also, as Matt get much more clarity on data analytics, how the data was used for predictive models. Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir. Dushyant Polytechnic. So I would like to thank because being in government institute coordinates such a FDP, it's very difficult task. Despite of that, you all have Janvi ma'am, Dhaval sir, Diten sir, our principal sir, Charel sir, Satish Kataria sir. So everyone has given so many, and they are putting everything on the WhatsApp regularly about the attendance, about the sessions. You all are taking so much pain, and this is my first experience of ATAL FDP. This is very nice. So I hope in future you will continue such FDP also. So
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir,
Madam, I am also facing error for my login.
yes.
I am also
Okay.
facing. So I cannot do anything for that.
So we have to wait and retry again and
Yes, yes. We have to wait and continuously refresh the page. That's the only option because I am also facing a issue for my
again.
login.
That we are doing from last half an hour,
Yes.
but the same problem we are
Yes, yes,
facing.
yes, yes, yes. Well, in last and half hour, I'm also facing the same issue. So we have to just refresh the page, nothing else.
Okay, so if the time exceeds for giving the exam, then what
No,
we have
no,
to do?
we will do something for that. No, we will do something for that. If you face a continuous error, we will time is complete and if you cannot give exam, we will do something for that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I am Dr. Tanima. I introduce myself that I am from Kolkata. It's IEM Institute of Engineering Management College. I am from CSCAML department, and I am delighted to be the part of this LFD Healthcare 5.0. Actually,
Yes, ma'am.
I am from AIML department, and I am also working some project in healthcare. So that because I'm to participate in this program, and really the sessions were highly engaging, and it's offering the deep insight into how emerging technology is designing in our future healthcare. And I'm grateful to the organizer, speaker, and other fellow participants for such engaging and thought-provoking experience. The platform is truly the open avenue and collaboration innovation in next generation healthcare solution. So thank you, sir, for organizing such type of event. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please. No, now we can open the camera and go for group photo. You should open the camera and go for group photo. Everybody, please open the camera. Yeah.
So not acceptable.
So everyone can access. So I open this camera for everyone. So it's open for everyone. Camera is open for everyone. Okay, thank you. Now we'll conclude our FDP and we will start the exam at 7:30.
Yes, sir.
Any problem?
The link is not opening part. It is showing 502 bad gateway.
Yes, ma'am. It is because of the traffic issue. Because every FDP person go for exam, so it's a traffic issue. We can
How do
refresh
you
the page.
manage that in that case?
Sir,
If you
I
cannot
had attended
complete
one.
the exam. Yes,
Sorry?
ma'am.
I had
Yes,
attended
ma'am.
one FDP earlier, just prior to this, and there was some issue with the portal, and we could not appear for the exam. It was not.
Okay.
I was not able to because it just switched off. The portal was not functioning. So, in case that happens in this place, what do we do?
In that case, we have arrangement of Google Form exam. If you cannot appear for ATAL portal exam, so we have arrangement for that. But first of all, try to give exam on.
Yes, we totally agree.
It's the last option.
I mean, I don't.
Even sir, not able to submit the feedback. Not able to submit the feedback.
Yeah, it is showing
Yes,
502 bad gateway. So the link is.
It's an error of traffic. It's an error of traffic. I'm also
Actually, the logic is very good. This is not very heavy website. It took some more time while logging.
बहुत अच्छा है.
Yeah, actually, it's a traffic.
Message in the group once portal is ready working then.
Yes, please. That would be really appreciable.
Yes, ma'am. Exam.
Okay, that would be great.
It's better if you can share a Google link in the WhatsApp group.
Anand, first of all, try to give exam on ATAL portal. Then after completion of exam, you can directly download the.
Yeah, it's a very heavy traffic now on that.
Currently, due to the traffic, it cannot be accessible. Once traffic is less, it is accessible.
Just one thing. So
The
in
timing
case,
is same, na? Duration is same.
yeah,
So we will
7:32.
be trying to log in time.
Okay, we will do something for that. Okay.
So what time is the
Sir,
Google
is
link?
it mandatory to
For that,
submit
there
the
is a
feedback
time.
before the exam?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it
can
mandatory
give
to
the-
submit
if
the
you can-
feedback before the exam?
Yes. If you can give exam on ATAL portal, you can directly download the certificate. If you give exam on Google Form, then
No,
it's
sir,
very.
I'm asking, is it mandatory to submit the feedback before the exam?
Yes, yes. Once you complete the feedback, then and then you can download the certificate. Otherwise, you cannot download the certificate.
Yes, but
Not,
in
sir,
case the
not, sir,
portal
I'm
is not
asking about
open, when are
before
you going to
starting the
send the
exam, is
link?
it mandatory?
Without assessment submission and
Okay,
without
we will
feedback
do
submission,
something.
we can
Okay, we will
download
share a
it.
Google Form link.
You can't log in.
Okay.
Forget it.
Okay. Okay, we will give the Google Form link. Okay, wait for minutes.
You each have the same exam server over here, so that everybody can
Hello,
appeal
sir.
and do it.
Can you please explain the step by step every single kind of process so that we can understand? Otherwise, here there is a lots of chaos. There are lots of confusion. Step one this, step two, three this, and step three this. That's it. So that we will follow that step accordingly, sir, if it is possible.
Sir, they have already shared the steps in our WhatsApp group, but none of the link is working right now. Even not after login, I am not able to submit the feedback also. I am entered the values, but not able to submit. The steps are already there in our group.
Yes, sir, steps are there, but the page is not opening for assessment.
So, ma'am, wait. Actually, I was also trying the same, but now I am successful in login. Actually, I tried in incognito mode also 2 to 3 times. So maybe right now the ATAL portal is not responding. So you can try in incognito mode. Within 2 to 3 trial, it is successful.
But ma'am, after login also, it doesn't take the feedback. It doesn't allow to enter the values and get the form.
Okay, I just fill the feedback form. So like
Sir, excuse me, sir. Will you at least extend the time, sir, because we are not able to log in?
We are sharing the Google Form link to give an exam at 7:30. Don't worry. Please read the instruction
Okay,
in
sir.
group.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All participants, please read the instruction in group. Do not panic. Now we conclude the FDP and we leave the meeting. Okay, bye.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Even ATAL, sir, where is the link for feedback actually? How to give the feedback?
सर वो आपके अटल के पोर्टल पर ही आप दे सकते हैं. आपके लॉगिन में जाना है और आपको फीडबैक देना है.
हाँ, बट दैट जो आपने टेस्ट दिया है वहां पे ही कि उसके नीचे फीडबैक करके ऑप्शन है?
सर उसके नीचे है, आप देखो तो सही.
ओके ओके. नहीं, लॉगिन ही नहीं हो रहा है जैसा आई आस्क्ड बिकॉज़ यू आर लॉग्ड आउट ना. सो आई थॉट दैट विल आस्क फर्स्ट एंड वी कैन गिव ऑन द गूगल फॉर्म.
सर इंस्ट्रक्शन तो पढ़ो सर. आप हर एक को आंसर देते जाएंगे तो थक जाएंगे सर.
No, you log out right now, right? So that's why I asked directly about the feedback, sir. I will see the instruction. No issue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, bye.